Hello friends, how are you? It's nice to see you all today. There are a couple of things that I wanted to come over. So I am starting to have some discussions about whether or not this should be at 1600 UTC or 1800 UTC. Keep an eye out on Discord because next week might be 1800 UTC or yeah, that's how that might go. Macapan, hi! So recently I've been doing a little work on Ruby events, which is a tool for indexing all Ruby events. And we've been doing a little work on the generators. That work is continuing. Today we're going to be working on the TalkGenerator. So let's start with a little overview of what Ruby Events is. Ruby Events is a site that aims to index all of the Ruby events that have ever happened or ever will happen, past, present, future, all of that. And so, oh no, hang on. I know what happened. I didn't restart the dev server after I brought it down to seed. Okay, let me do that. So, load, maybe, please. This down C# says first, actually second. Macabian was first. It's very hard to beat Macabian. And you missed all of that because I was in face mode. Yay. Okay, so I am working on a site called, come on, swap over to list mode. Let's go. List mode. Double scroll, triple scroll bar. Come on. Here we go, list mode. Reload the page. List mode. No. See, the funny part is the actual site is pretty zippy. And this one, not so much. So here you can go to events, list. Don't do this to me! List mode! Calendar. Calendar worked. What? List. Hang on, past events. Past events worked. Okay, so list mode is not working. That's interesting. I'm gonna need to look into that. That is a surprise to me. Okay, well, we track all of the Ruby events, past, present, future, and we store all of the data for them in big YAML files. So for example, if we take a look through here and we find RubyConf Africa, they've got some talks organized already, and these talks are backed by YAML files. RubyConf Africa videos. There we go. By these files. Actually, there's an extra space here. I don't think that's supposed to be there. Hi, Margaroth. Okay, I'm gonna back up. It's been a long week. We went berry picking yesterday, and I'm very tired. And like, we just got back maybe 40 minutes ago. Fandom Glitch says, hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Oh. Hi. You can see me now. Hello, little baby. Bye, little dinosaur. Have a nice nap. Yeah, nap. Bye, big dinosaur. Go take your nap. Did you have a nice lunch? Yeah. Okay. Bye. Okay. Let me try this again. I work on a project called Ruby Events. Ruby Events is a lot of fun. It's really cool. We index events. We take values and we store them in YAML files so that other people can modify them, and we have a historical record of what has happened in the Ruby community. This is RubyConf Africa. This is the YAML file that supports those talks that you just saw there. Now, a lot of times we have missing descriptions. I see this really frequently. In fact, I'm starting to see more often events come out that just don't have a description. And I'm not sure if this is just me experiencing new events or if this is a new trend in events, but they just never have a description. We have this really cool thing called to-dos to capture values that we don't have yet. So for example, you can see here I have description to do. This is powered by Grapefruit, which has the cutest name in the world. These to-dos result in these to-dos here, because it just searches the YAML file for the to-dos. Now, one of the challenges we have with storing things in YAML is that we can't just like update the database when we have new events, which means that what I need is something that is able to take values in like an unstructured format and turn them into commits. This is what I want to use agentic systems for. So this, for example, is a recent PR that I created using an agent, in this case Copilot, and Copilot said adds 13 talks for RubyConf Africa. So what I did is I provided it the information about the talks, and it used a generator in order to generate the YAML that exists here. That generator is called the TalkGenerator. Yay! This is the TalkGenerator. It has lots and lots of fields because talks have lots and lots of fields. I'm calling this one Talk because I'm planning on having a second one that goes back and updates talks with videos, and that one would be the video generator. Now, the first time this ran, it produced a couple of issues. One, it used speaker instead of speakers. That's because we have a few examples that say speaker in usage. I wanted to provide a multi-line description example in the usage because one of the things I noticed is when it has a multi-line description, it just doesn't pass the description to the generator, which is wild. I had some questions about to-do descriptions, which is exactly what we just talked about there and what Marco and I kind of discussed here. Basically, the way this was previously written is it would go to-do, talk by this person, description, which looks kind of bad on the site. So instead, we decided that we were going to do description and then a to-do to show the value inside that to-do section that we saw over there. Initially, I was worried that because we normally ask for like the pipe dash instead of just empty string literals, that Yerba was going to have issues with that and parsing that. But we updated this one and it was totally fine with it, so we're good to go. So yeah, what I did is I updated this PR with the empty descriptions. But now what we have to do is we have to go update the generator so that the next time I try to generate talks, it generates it correctly the first time. The other thing that I'm noticing with the generator is that screenshots aren't working. I Googled this and searched it. Look at this, look at this. So this person has my exact same problem. So this previously worked well for me, i.e. a week ago. Not sure this is a regression versus me not finding the right pattern to make it happen consistently. And he's like, when creating an issue for front-end bug fixes and then assigning to Copilot, I was previously getting a screenshot showing before and after. I cannot get this now. I have gotten screenshots before as well, and I loved them. Because if I have a screenshot, I can verify that everything loaded correctly, and I require that. In order to like call it done and reviewed, I have to go look at it, which means that typically when I'm reviewing these PRs, I pull it down, run it, and it goes. Let's see, the description for rubyevents.org talks things I don't have time for, slow Ruby and learning Rust. Things I don't have time for, slow Ruby and learning Rust. I'm gonna copy this one. Well, this is unexpected. Let's see. Oh, and let me highlight that. Oh, I did highlight that. Good job, me. Micro says, looks like there's no description at all. Let's see. Yeah, so these are all other attributes. None of these are like an actual description. So let's take a look at Helsinki Ruby Brigade. Helsinki Ruby Brigade. Is this... When is this? Is this a meetup? It is a meetup. Okay. Let's see. Helsinki Ruby Brigade. Oh, it might help if I spell it Ruby instead of Tubi. And then we're looking for videos. And then I'll just search for Rust. Ruby loves Rust. Things I don't have time for: slow Ruby and reading and learning Rust. Yeah, so this one does not have a description. Oh no, it does. It has Helsinki Ruby Brigade 2025-05-29. Talk to me, Gooseman! Oh my god, it's been ages. Hi! Microsoft says that page looks kind of bad with your browser viewport. I've seen worse. It doesn't look like awful. I kind of like it. I think it's good. Hey, thank you for following, lemurs. Okay, let me see. Yeah, so I would agree that's not a particularly helpful description. Let's try this. Yeah, is that clickable? I think that's clickable. I'm gonna quote star yank inner word though. I'm gonna quote star yank yank. Let me see. Here we go. So May meetup at UpCloud. Welcome to the first Ruby Brigade of the year. You'll find arrival instructions on Meetup. Yeah, there's no description. Margaret says, I feel like a lot of pages do, actually. For example, your nav bar too with the CFP link. Yeah, that looks a little weird. Phantom Glitch says, I did think it was kind of weird because it has the event name and date twice next to each other. Oh my gosh! Talk to me, Gooseman. You're coming to RubyConf? Ah! That's so exciting. I can't wait to see you. That's gonna be nice. Yay! Aw, Twitch friends. Okay. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to RubyConf. It's coming up sooner than I expected. Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, and Marco says, awesome! He's gonna be there too. Oh, if you are interested in going to RubyConf, the heavy discount already ended. But you can buy tickets. It's in Vegas. It's gonna be July 14th to July 16th. July in Vegas sounds a little intimidating, but I've looked at the entire map of the resort and it's pretty much all indoors except for the pool area, which makes sense. Micro says, looks like there's another one from SF Ruby. Ooh, yeah, there is a new SF Ruby. Or wait, what did you mean? There's a discount from SF Ruby? But yeah, SF Ruby is coming back around for 2 years from November 10th through 12th, which was exciting. Oh, there's a new discount code for RubyConf from SF Ruby. Okay, I'm gonna have to ask about that. That feels like the sort of thing that I should be aware of since I'm on the program committee this year, but I was not. I thought that we were all out of discounts. But yeah, if there is another discount, then I'll post it in the Discord in case that's something you're interested in going to. Okay, so let's look. We have the Helsinki Ruby Brigade, upcoming events. Oh, yeah. So maybe the weird part about this particular talk, things I don't have time for, slow Ruby and learning Rust. Yeah, I can see how that looks a little weird with the two next to each other. I'm not super, like, I don't know what the word is. I don't really care all that much that it was in there twice. I do think it's a little weird that it says the published date when that's actually the date it was the thing. The Stone C Sharp says, happy Father's Day to all the fathers and mothers and to myself as well. Yeah, so that's why we went berry picking, is my dad really wanted to go berry picking with my kids. We have 2 ginormous baskets of berries, and the thing is, we were just like walking in the patch, picking them off the vine and eating them, and they were so good. But like, we ate so many berries that I'm like, what am I gonna do with all the berries that we took home? And the thing is, I had to take 2 baskets because I have 2 kids. I couldn't be like, one kid gets the basket. That's just asking for a fight. Why is everything so... Oh, I don't have my glasses on. Okay. Anyway, chat is a little blurry. If I misread your line or your chat message, that's gonna be why. You're very far away. Anyway, so we had 2 baskets full of berries, and the baskets are like this big. Like, my hand cannot, like, if I was like this big. So I'm like, how are we gonna eat all these? I think I'm gonna have to, like, I don't know. I've never made jam before. My sister likes to make little compotes to mix in her yogurt. It's gonna be a lot of berries. I'll have to figure out what to do with them. Yeah, so I think I'm gonna leave this one, but I agree with you about the description and it being a little confusing. If you wanted to put in a PR to remove the like secondary description, I would be game to approve that. Because some of them are useful, some of them like are a link to the thing, but yeah, I agree, that particular one is not particularly helpful. But you saw exactly what I'm talking about. There are all of these events where they do not include any sort of description. And this one that we're talking about right now is a particular case of that, where like if we go look, first of all, when you're looking through your main page, you have all of your speakers. Some of them don't have, like, Dennis doesn't have a title, right? And then some of them have descriptions. So if we go here, we can grab the description, but it's not like a big long list. And then some of them do not have a description. They just have a title and they have the about for the person. So that's what results in these to-dos, is like there literally just is not something for me to collect. So yeah, I want to try and capture that and say like, hey, here are to-dos for these talks. And like I've done this for these, but I want to update it so that we automatically handle those. I'm also going to call this one, I did ones, but I'm going to do X's instead. Yeah. I also, as we were looking at this, I noticed that I left myself several other notes. These ones. All right, so I need to make sure. Yeah, that we have multi-line description examples. We now have to-do descriptions, and then that's gonna be a stretch goal like this one. One of the things I'm thinking is it might be nice to just have something that handles adding speakers. Honestly, I think it could probably be an MCP tool or something like that. Marco says, I wonder if we should even add the to-dos. There is no guarantee that we are ever getting a description. I agree. There's no guarantee we're ever getting them, but I kind of like the to-dos to encourage people to fill that out. I also like the idea of telling like organizers, hey, take a look at your event and see what the to-dos are and like see what can be updated. Yeah, and fill them out. Well, and I like grapefruit, partially for the name, but also partially for the to-dos. But yeah, I do like the idea of telling someone like, hey, go take a look at this and see where your to-dos are. And maybe for the venue generator, we have the accessibility options and we include them all as blank with to-dos. Phantom Glitch says, if I get a bit of time this afternoon, I'll have a look at putting in a PR. I've never done one before, so we will see. Yay! That's so exciting. Okay, so you're gonna wanna look at the contributing.md for like project setup. Oh, not this one. This one, I just finished reviewing it with you here and now, so I can squash and merge. Squash and merge. Off you go. Yep. And then we can go over here to code. We can go over to... You know what? Honestly, I think it's normally over here on the side too. Isn't it? Nope. Ah, here it is. Next to the README, there's a contributing.md. And the contributing.md is going to talk you through getting started, getting everything set up with dev containers, local dev setup, environment variables, linter, all that sort of stuff. So yeah, honestly, it's going to be like pretty easy for you because you just have to go into the YAML file, delete a description, put quotes in. But yeah. All right, so let's start with this. Description uses to do, not to do dash description. We're gonna go to the talk generator. Right now, did I update this already? Description. You know what? There's another place this might be set. It might be set in the template. Talk.description. Ooh, hang on. This one has a talk, and there's our description. To do, title, description, join, dash, dash. Yeah, so I think for this one, we just want description, the default one. So this is gonna be attributes each. It's gonna automatically set the description. And from my understanding, all I need to do is move description from an attribute accessor to from an attribute writer to an attribute accessor. Yep. And we'll just put it right there. So this one is one of the more complicated ones. So this one has an entire class that's responsible for setting all of the default values. Mousewhip says, Phantom, never done a PR of any sort or never done a PR to rubyevents.org? Phantom Glitch says, nice, yeah, I'll have a look. I learned how to do dev containers yesterday and was looking at learning more Ruby over the coming weeks to port my project to Ruby. Yay! Yeah, it's got a decent dev container setup. I think so. Could probably use some improvements though. Okay. And then this is the lightning talk. The description for lightning talks is lightning talks, but that is because we have all of the different lightning talk stuff. Does this work? This works. Okay, here's why this works. This attribute accessor defines two different methods. It defines a description that gets the description from the value, and it defines the description equal that sets the value of the description. Now, down here, I am overwriting the value of fetching the description, so it should still work. I'm gonna test that though in my talk generator spec test. All right, so this is generator runs without errors, creates videos.yaml with valid YAML, test videos.yaml if called twice, appends to videos.yaml if called with different details, finds event series from static event if not provided. Excellent. Creates a lightning talk entry when lightning talks option is true. So this one passes a description, so I'm not... Hang on. Title lightning round description, quick talks, language English, lightning talks. Shouldn't that have the other description? Why is this passing the lightning talk description? This should have the description of quick talks. Uh-oh. I'm gonna run these. I'm just gonna, run these. See what happens. Little concern there. Fluffy Panda 3210 says, hi Rachel, how's it going? Hi. Phantom Glitch says, I've never done a PR of any sort. I've only ever worked on my own solo projects. That's how I understood it, and that's why I'm so excited. It's going pretty good. I'm having a good day today. We're gonna see how that goes. So this doesn't look right. I think this is supposed to say quick talks. Yeah, I don't think you're supposed to overwrite whatever this is. Let me do that. I'm gonna go in here. I'm gonna check this. So description or equals lightning talks. So that says if a description is not already set, then I want lightning talks. But if I run this, I bet it's gonna fail. And my job is to find out why. Because I no longer have a default. It passes. It passes? How can I change the test and it passes? What is this output? I want to know what this outputs. I'm gonna just call this with something. Oh. Mouse says, cool, Phantom. If you're in Chill's Discord, Chill Discord, I'm happy to help with anything like Ruby stuffs or GitHub stuffs, or if you think you'd benefit from pairing with somebody. I find it a lot of fun to interact with folks learning that stuff. Yes! I have been trying to keep up with my Discord lately, but I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm gonna use this one. I'm gonna use RubyConf Africa 2026. So I'm gonna do bin rails G talk, and then I'm gonna do event RubyConf Africa 2026. Okay. Title, that should be lightning round. And then description, quick talks, dash lightning talks. Now, if I've done this correctly, and I go over here, I should see something structured like a lightning talk where we have the ID, we have the lightning round, we have the description, quick talks, we have the kind lightning talk, language, date, talks, video provider scheduled, video ID. So this all looks correct. Yeah, I think that's right. And then if I run this again and I remove the description, I should get, oh, that's interesting, it replaced it, but it replaced it with the description of lightning talks. I think it makes sense that it replaced it because it's just using the existing ID. Okay, I think I want to do a couple of other things as well. This G-sub, what I want to do is inside the talk generator, when I find an existing talk, I want to call out the fact that I'm replacing the existing talk. Let's see. So here we have initialize values, where I get all of my values. Then I'm going to say videos file path. That looks good. Add talk to file. So I'm going to template videos yaml.tt videos path unless file exists videos path. Okay. Then my talk template is going to be either lightning talks or talk.yaml.tt. If I find the existing one, I want to see that. Yes. Right now, what I'm doing is I'm using gsub in order to remove it. Instead of doing that, I think what I want to do is I want to remove the existing talk using Yerba, because then I can actually delete the entire key. And then I want to append to the file the new talk. So let's take this out. Let me think about this a little bit. I'm gonna just note in here the fact that I've added myself a new goal, which is replace talk using yerba, not gsub. So let me think about this a little bit. Am I appending or am I editing? So here's kind of what I'm thinking through. If I'm modifying the file in yerba, I would go find it, and then I would go through each of the attributes that I have access to. But is there a way? Fandom Glitch says, yeah, I'm in the Discord. Understand Paturtle. It would be awesome to talk with more people on there. Yay! Megaro says, have you checked out speakerfile.rb? Why would the speakers file have stuff about updating videos? Ooh. Ah, that's about the searching. Yeah, that's about the searching. Oh, you mean just for the approach on how to do it? Yeah. Well, there's also a videos file. There's each video, each talk, find video by video ID, each video due, return video file, if video, value at video ID. Value at video ID equals video ID. I mean, and if I look at each video file, it's all is grab all of them. So I'd be better off going through, I think this warrants a new method. Let's see. I'm going to def ensure file exists. Yes, that's exactly what I want to do. Oh, I think the speakers file is the only one that actually writes back. Yeah, the thing that I'm thinking about right now is like, what if I have some subset of these? Like, some of them like affect each other. So like I sometimes calculate the ID, but I never want to update the ID. The description is no longer updated. So it's really just ID title date, where the date is the first day or today. Yes, if it's not supplied. I don't want to replace the talk ID. Yeah. And like if I update the speakers or the kind, that could affect the title. But I don't naturally, let me think. If I do kind.titlecase by speakers.toSentence, if I pass a title, I probably want to update it. But if I just update my speakers, maybe it would be better to handle some of this stuff in the seed file. Like if this does not exist in the YAML file, use kind.titlecase by speakers.toSentence. Maybe. I'll think about it. I'll think about it because the rest of them are just straight updates. No, maybe I'll just make it only update if you get the value. I think that makes sense. Only update if you get the actual value. Yeah. Yeah, because I don't know who generated it. Only update if you get the actual value. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't want to put this all in one method. I think that's a little much. So I'm going to make a private method. The reason I'm making this private is because Thor generators naturally will go through and like update it. So I'm going to make this update talk end. Okay, and so I don't want to G-sub everything. In fact, now that I think about it, the only place I want to update the talk template is actually inside here. If it's outside this, I just want to update based on the values. Yes. Update talk. And you know what? We'll do like, say, yeah, talk with ID, talk.id. Already exists in this update existing talk. Is there a way to shorten that? Meh. Blank already exists. I don't need the already. Yeah. Okay. And then we'll come down here to update talk, and we'll just do Yoruba dot. Well, that's an interesting one. Update file. I don't know if that exists. Videos file path. This is not necessarily true. Okay, I'm gonna add an extra note here. Stretch goal. Updating lightning talks. I think we're not gonna get to this one. Honestly, we normally don't get the lightning talk details until we get the recording. Okay. I'm gonna delete all of this. Yeah, the other thing I'm gonna do, get checkout main. Get checkout dash B, dang it, hang on. Get switch dash C talk generator updates. There. Good. Okay. I don't think this is real. Oh. Attributes. And see, I don't want to use all of these. So like, let me go, I think I want options. So here's my initialize where I slice video schema properties keys, and then I merge event, static event, options event, at talk, all of this. But I think I almost want to go back to the options. Yeah. Where this one is lightning talk new and this is talk new. I think they're gonna be null except for the title, date, and ID, but I can't trust those. It's those defaults biting me again. I think I can start with just these two. Yeah, neither of those should change. And I think we even said that we didn't need this. That we didn't need the static event or the event slug. This can just be attributes. I'm gonna delete all of these. Okay. Yeah, this is not the one I want. I want it to be like existing talk equals yerba. And this is where we'll go back and we'll look at the speakers file. How does it go again? I never remember the exact syntax. Oh, you haven't been upgraded yet. That's right. I ran into the issue with the things there. Yerba parse file. That's what it is. Oh, now I have to go grab it again. And that's the event document. And in this case, we don't want the event file, we want the talk file. But we already have the videos file path. So I'd just come down here. Videos file path. Video document. My girl says, who needs docs when you can drink it? Yeah, today I'm enjoying the Yerba Madre Bravo Mango. Alright, so this is the video document. I think I can go straight to the existing talk. Existing talk. And then this is where this comes into play. Because I do want a very specific one. I don't want all of them. Find by. Index by, index by, index by. Document index if index. Yeah, so this is really about grabbing one from like a long list of these, which our video file is. So that is helpful. This one is get, reject. So I could do index by, or let me look at, where did the videos file go? Not you. Phantom Glitch says that looks really good. What is it? So this is a Yerba Madre. It's a lot of caffeine. I didn't realize how much caffeine it was. When I had a coffee and one of these, I got kind of feisty. I've started like, so I start my mornings with a cup of like super like cream and all that sort of stuff coffee. And then what I started doing is like after my like afternoon lunch and everything where I have fresh juice, I started having a Yerba Madre, and I started getting real honest about the things that are bothering me at work. So I'm worried it might be a little much caffeine, but today I'm like super tired and I'm just rolling down here and I've had no coffee yet, so I'm hoping it's fine. It's probably gonna be fine. Hopefully. Hopefully. Let's see. Yeah, so this speakers file add is the one that I was interested in using. Anyway, I've started thinking about like having the ability to add and sort a speaker programmatically and have it be in the correct location. Margaret is looking forward to unhinged Ruby coding and yelling at AIs. Yeah, that might have been what happened in the last stream. But to be fair, the AI should have known how to stub geocoder. I've actually started thinking about how possible it would, like, they should be able to read readmes. Mouse says, wow, didn't know yerba mate is a truth serum. Yeah. Anger is a truth serum, in my opinion. Adepsol, do you know? Do I know what? Do I know what? Okay. Let me go to my videos file. No, come on. Come on, you. Command P. It's video. I did Control P, but it's fine. All right, videos file. Why do I have multiples of these? Okay, let me look through here. So I initialize path, document your parse file path. Self.all, self.each video block, all.each do file each video, file each video. Find by video ID. So there I'm doing each video value at video ID equals video ID. So I'm kind of just like going through each of them. Why do I have an each talk and an each video? And where are these defined? Here's each video. Top level talks.each do video yield video self. Each talk top level talks.each. Talks equals video talks. Okay, so talks are the next layer. So if I were going to update a lightning talk, Adepsol, do you know what time it is? It's coding with chill time. I do know what time it is, but also that did give me like Les Mis vibes for a second there. Okay, and this is, so where's top level talks? Top level talks, sub talks. Why do I have sub talks? Talks equals top level talks plus sub talks. Phantom Glitch says, I call that make my morning better coffee. Mixing that with what is comparable to a much healthier Monster Energy sounds energetic. Is this a little marching? This is the song of Angry Men. Anyway. Okay, where is top level talks? Yeah, top level talks. Let me get a def. Oh, here it is. Document root.each to A. Return empty array unless document root. I mean, I could just do each then. Hang on, I lost you all. Here we go. Macaron says, the difference is its natural caffeine. People say its effect is different. It does say naturally caffeinated, 2 grams of sugar, non-carbonated. Let's read this. Filtered water, organic mango puree, organic brewed yerba mate water, organic yerba mate extract, organic orange juice concentrate, organic pear juice concentrate, organic natural flavors, organic lemon juice concentrate, organic caffeine, citric acid, organic Reb A stevia leaf extract. Why does it just have... Hang on, that's not inside anything. No, it just says organic caffeine. Certified organic by CCOF. The only fair trade ingredient is the yerba mate extract. I just like it because I like to drink the thing that I'm working on. And right now I'm working on yerba. This is convoluted. I'm gonna go over here. I'm just gonna say, let's see, because I'm not even sure how to invoke the videos file. Find by ID nil videos, document find by field ID, video ID, find by count. How do I even like, hang on, so I'm at, I initialize. Okay, so I would do, all right, I'm gonna try and use this. I'm gonna do videos file. No, this is the venue generator. I don't want you, I want the talk generator. It will be a much slower, let's see. It will be a much slower release of caffeine than my comparison, but 150 milligrams of caffeine will still give you a kick. Yeah. Okay. Videos. File. Correct? Yeah, I'm gonna close this one and this one. Dot new. Videos file path. And then if I go to this, get rid of you. Not you, not you, not you. You're all self. I don't want any of these. This is going to be for a specific document. So I'm gonna have a count. I'm gonna have a find by that goes through each of these and it finds. Now hang on. It goes through each and it does a filter map to find talks where the field matches the value. But shouldn't this find the top level one? The idea is that these classes expose the YAML files as if they were active record objects. Oh no, it does a find by and then it does a find by on each of these. Okay. Okay. Yes. Yes, that's an OR. That's a very important OR. That's a very key OR there. Okay, and the value equals ID or video ID. Huh. Okay. Yeah, so I just do a find by. And then I do an ID at talk.id. And that would find me my existing talk, theoretically. I'm just gonna delete this. I'm not gonna bother with that. I'm just gonna hop in here, binding.irb. Do I need the binding.irb? I think it would be helpful. Yeah, and then I'm gonna come in here. I'm gonna say binrails G talk event RubyConf Africa 2026. And I'm gonna pass an ID. I'm gonna pass an ID. Where did you go? Here you are. But no. I went back to main and I haven't done the fetch yet, so I don't have the new one. OX operator redeemed. Hydrate. Thank you. I have this much hydration. I wish I had more. Okay, so we're not gonna use RubyConf Africa. We're gonna pick somebody else. Videos. No. 2025. Videos. Perfect. Yeah. That's fine. I'll use this one. Do I want to use this one? This one has so many values. I'll use a smaller one. Let's do... Ooh, have any of the EXO Ruby talks come in yet? Let's look for that. Events. Let's look for somebody that's got talks and has not published them. Ooh, I can look at this one. I bet we've updated the schedule since this first released. Let me try. This one's another long one though. I don't really want to scroll through like too many files. Kansai? Oh no, Kansai didn't have... Maybe Kansai did have talks. And I was just nervous about putting them in there? Yeah, I didn't want to do the Kansai talks without having the full website. Let's see. Yuruko? Yuruko only has a keynote. That closed in June. Are they... Nope, to be announced. Okay, well, anything beyond that isn't going to have talks yet. Brighton's ongoing, like, soon. Yeah, so that one's going to be in. Oh, Margaret says technically the Rails World ones are public? Perfect. I didn't know they were public yet. That's perfect. Let's see, 2025. What is Rails World? Rails World 2026. Thank you to our sponsors. Micro says the PR is they are not on the website yet. That I might wait until they're available on that. Finding good targets is always the hard part. I guess I'll use Kansai. Hard mode. English. Schedule. Okay, so here is keynote. More. This is a pretty good example of one. Oh, Marco says also our Rails World was the second hit on Google. Not bad. Not bad at all. All right, let me look at the schedule. I need to untranslate this. So this just says keynote. Is this translated yes or no? It's sometimes hard to tell if it's translated. English. Japanese. English. Okay, so in English it says doors open in reception. In Japanese it says this. Perfect. Let's translate English. More details will be released at a later date. English. Or Japanese. Okay. Let's add some talks. Hard mode. Why? And I need to update them. I need talks that need updating. Oh. I need talks that need updating. These are the wrong type of talks. It's kind of the right type of talks because it does lack details. Kansai, Ruby. Hey, Cursos de Desarrollo! Hello and welcome! Hello and welcome, Raiders. Cursos de Desarrollo, doing some more work on the Linux courses, I'm guessing. Let me tell you a little bit about what I'm doing today. So, I am one of 3 maintainers on a site called Ruby Events. We store all of our events as YAML files. I think it would be easier to generate those YAML files with a generator. Cursos de Desarrollo says hello there. Polar's Bear says hello. Cursos de Desarrollo says, of course, grub Linux restore. I don't know what grub Linux restore does. I could probably use that course. So I am working on a generator script, and what this generator script is going to do is it is going to generate the YAML files for us. In this case, the ones that represent the talks. Now, I am doing this on hard mode because I don't have any other talks, any other events that need values. So I'm doing one of our Japanese events. These are harder because I don't speak Japanese, and to support the Japanese Ruby community, we store them in Japanese. So I have to kind of figure out which descriptions and values and other things go into them, which can sometimes be tricky. So for this one, this is my slug for the event. So I'm going to paste that in. The title in this case is just keynote. Speakers in this case is this name, and we do support Japanese names. That's at nurse. And then this, okay, so we're gonna swap over to English, and we see this is their description, Yui Naruse. And then, yeah, and then that, when we swap to English, says this is just more details will be released at a later date. So what we should expect to see is keynote by, and then their name. Now, I'm gonna, just to make my life a little bit easier, I'm gonna check speakers.yaml. I'm gonna search for UA. Yay! We found them! Yay. Okay, I'm gonna double check. Ooh, yes! Oh, that looks like them. That looks like them. That looks like them. There's a good way to check. There's a good way to double check. And that way is to go to the real Ruby events. Ah! It's the same person! Look, it's the ghost! It's the ghost, and it's Nurse. Oh, Markarat says, congrats, you found a duplicate. Congrats, I prevented creating a duplicate. Yep, and there we have Japanese keynote, dive into C Ruby. Yes! Oh, good, I'm so happy. Okay, so what this means is I can go over here and I can add aliases. And we'll just come in here, delete inner. Well, no, I do want that one. Yeah, because that's what the thing says. And then I want name. And then we want to grab this name. Boop. Okay, and then our slugs. So we don't support kanji in the slugs. And Makara says, looks like we're missing the GitHub handle. Yeah, we are. And no, we aren't. Yay. Okay. Oh, so happy. Okay, so what this means is that I can go in here, and for the speaker, I can pass Naruse Yui. Good. That makes my life a little bit easier. Put some quotes around the name. The title is just keynote. The speaker is this. There is no description. There are no additional details from the event. So we're gonna look at this again. No additional details from the event. And I'm gonna hit enter. No! Why? Oh no, undefined local variable or method attributes for an instance of TalkGenerator. Okay, we know how to fix this. We're gonna come up here and where it says attributes, we're gonna change that to @attributes. And where it says attributes, we're gonna change that to @attributes. And now we should be good to go because that was previously a local scope. We made it global. And so now what I can do is I can come down here and I can run this again. Yes! And we appended the value. We appended the value. We appended the value. We appended the value. We are really great. Yay! Now I'm gonna view this. And I'm gonna find myself disappointed. Come on. Alt click. And the reason I'm gonna find myself disappointed is that I've got an empty block for description. Not ideal. And then I've got this block right here when I am appending the first value. So let's go through. We're gonna delete all of these lines and we're gonna keep calling this until we get the results that we want. So delete all of that. This is the original state of the file, which we can see because that updates and it shows that. Now I'm gonna come into, where do I need to go? First, I need to look at both of these. Now I'm going to add a talk to the file. What I wanna do is I want to gsub file. Yes. And if I see this, delete it. Because if I look over here, this is what that looks like. I think I can just, let me see if I remember how to do this. Gsub any amount of space, little slashies, comma, empty string. That feels right. And I'm gonna try calling this again. Took says, hello, 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 hello. Okay. Yeah, so we're removing the empty array if it exists. Oh shoot, no, I don't wanna do that. Hang on. I need to keep the talks. Because I want to put more talks later. Yeah. Quote. Yeah. So if I see talks any amount of space and just spaces, and then I see square brackets, I want to remove that and replace it with just talks and a new line. And we'll say there's a new line at the end of that as well. Okay, perfect. So this way I'm not gonna go through and delete everybody's little things there. Just this one. Good. Okay, so I'm gonna call this again. And we should still have the issue with description. But it didn't remove it. No. Oh, it's the dashes. Oh, I don't want talks. I want dashes and then square brackets. Good thing I tested that. Haha. Haha. Let's put it back in the state. All right, so we're gonna do 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. This will be good because it should eliminate the new line as well. Okay, let's run this again. Let's go, let's go. Yay! The description is still bad, but everything else is looking really good. And you'll see it says like 2026-07-18, that's the first day of the event. Yeah, that's good. I like that. That's very good. That makes me very happy. Videos dash. I don't know what that means, but I'm okay with that. Okay, so we're gonna put this back into this state, and now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go fix the empty description situation. So I'm gonna go to my generator, and then I'm going to look at this. So I have this optimize indentation talk description for. This is now going to be an if. So when I do these like minuses, yeah. I'm gonna say if the talk description is empty, because empty covers empty quotes as well. Then I want this, else, this, and then there's an end. And this, what I can do is I don't even need those. I can just do this, and then I can do quote, quote, that. And I don't need this dash description at the end because as we looked at before with RubyConf Africa, it's going to include that description open quotes with the to-do. Yes, okay, so if talk.description.empty, and the only thing I might want to put here is like a to-do dash talk ID in the description, but I don't think it's really necessary because what you're going to do is you're going to end up going here anyway. All right, and then this one is optimize indentation, talk.description to 4. Okay, perfect. I'm going to run this again, and when I run this, my hope is that it generates a successful empty description with a to-do. No! Why? What are you upset about? Oh, I keep forgetting to run the predictions, but we're not running all of CI. Ah. Okay, what are you upset about? Oh, you're way up there. You're a big. Okay. No method empty for nil. There should absolutely be an empty for nil. Thank you for following MelioDev. I thought the whole point of empty was that it supported nil. I'm gonna do an ampersand. There. And that fixes that. Now the interesting thing is that it's done the G sub. So if you look, it's already done this part. So I have to go reset the file manually. Okay. At this point, it's gonna run through and it's gonna update all of these. Yay! And if we go look, we have our first, no. Mousefoop says, I think you're thinking of blank. I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna try that right now. I think I am thinking of blank. Now that you're saying it, I think empty is for arrays that don't have any values, and I'm thinking of blank. This is why I like pair programming in this way. Okay. Reset the file. Run the test. I'm not running a prediction, but you can still shout about whether or not you think it'll work. It worked! It worked. Flawlessly. Perfect. Do we want this empty line at the top? I'll take votes. I'll take votes while I work on the next phase of this. Now, I'm gonna run a poll. Question. Empty line at top? Yes. No. only between talks. Boop, poll started. Perfect, okay. So this looks great. What I wanna do, wait, I'm gonna run the tests. And go way up. Here we go. Let's run the TalkGenerator test and see what happens. Okay. Uninitialized constant TalkGenerator videos file. That's expected, actually. And that's fine. I have a binding.irb in there too, so it should have like crashed it. I am gonna just put that in there. Do I have to require all of the things that I use? Ooh, I wonder if that's it. I think because these are generators and they're in the lib folder and they're not in the app folder, I might have to... No, I think I only have to require things from other generators. I think I automatically get everything that's in the app. But I will put the colon. Oh, Marco Ross says I think it's static. You're right. Because there's two of them. Ha 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 ha. Now we're talking. Okay, I got attributes. I got an existing talk. Now, let's talk about the next phase of this. I want to talk about this step where we accept new parameters, start time, and duration. So if I go look at my video schema, perfect. If I go look at my video schema, the Ruby one, you'll notice that I have this date and this time. The date of the talk and then the time of the talk. And then later on, do I have a duration? I think I have a duration. Duration? No. I used to have a duration. Where did my duration go? I could have sworn that I have a time. Time can still be helpful. Time. I could. Ooh, okay. Empty line at the top, 1. Okay, empty line at the top, 1. Hang on. I could have sworn that I had a... Let me see. Where is my search? Go to file. Yeah, you. Video schema.json. No! Not again. Video schema. Yeah, you. I could have sworn that I used to have a schemas data cleanup and validation. Oh, that was a while ago. Add talks enum to schema. I could have sworn that I had a... Can I look at the like history? I want to look at the like... I could have sworn there was a duration. Was there a duration? Micro says I think we dropped them quite a while ago. I was gonna use the start time and the duration to build the schedule. Last month. Duration. Well, I could just do end time now. Duration would be helpful for the video. Okay. I have a date, I have a time. I don't have a duration. But I have a time. I don't have a duration anywhere or anything like a duration or minutes or a seconds or a... Yeah, I don't have it. Okay, that's fine. I already have date. I can add time. I have title, raw title, original title, description, slug, kind, status. Did it set the kind for this? Let me double check that. It's named a keynote. What did it make it? It made it a talk. Okay, so we get to update the kind too. All right, so I guess I just add the time to the talk generator. I have the date. These are my dates. I think the time should probably be the last one. Class, option, time. Yep, group fields. Macro says it's too tricky to build a schedule with just that data. I'd leave it for now. So what I was thinking about doing is making it so that I could say like, hey, here are the talks and here are the slots, adding all of those, and then having the ability to kind of like insert into the, like the breaks. Thank you for following, Scuff Chungus, welcome. Yeah, but we can do dates and times for now. I'm gonna pout. I'm gonna do a big pout. I'm gonna do a big pout and then I'm gonna move on. I'm gonna do a bigger pout. And then I'm gonna move on. Alright, now here's the thing. When I add these, I want to create Lightning Talks entry when Lightning Talks option is true. I want to make creates minimum Lightning Talk entry. And then I want to make another one of these that creates with all tags. Yeah, so this is actually like the maximum, but how many lines do I have here? I'm gonna do another big pout. Now I'm done pouting. There we go. Creates maximum Lightning Talk entry when Lightning Talks option is true. All right, so the maximum one is gonna have all of my default values. So I'm gonna do things like delete through this, delete through, comma, delete through, comma. X. There we go, X. Wait, that's not right. This is the wrong one. Hang on, this is the one that gets all of them. Yes. Yeah, so I'll come in here and say maximum Lightning Talk entry. What I want to do is I want to create, okay, let me kind of go through the strategy here. Instead of doing like generator runs without errors, this test is tested by everything else. So instead what I want to do is I want to do creates a minimum record, creates a maximum record, updates, and appends. Creates YAML. So this one is going to be just like creates. Yeah, so this one's going to be creates it with valid YAML. Creates minimum. Does this even create a video? Okay, and then we'll do, how many lines is this? Like 20? Yeah. And I think one of the things that I've started doing to make this easier to read is this, where like each of the key value pairs is a separate line. This is like 11, so we'll do 12. Come down here, put it in. So this is gonna be create maximum, and maximum just means I'm passing like all of the flags. And this is update if called twice. Yep. And that one should still work. This is appends if called with different details. So that's checking that we've added each of the different talks to it. Finds event one, creates minimum lightning talk when this is true. So this is the one where I'm going to like delete language English. I'm going to delete things like the description and delete things like the title. And I'm just going to keep my event series in my event. As I mentioned before, I think this is easier to read if I do this. There we go. And some of this is just like me refining these tests as I walk through it. Yes, the title here is wrong. Which one am I working on right now? I'm working on updatevideos.yaml if called twice. Yeah, so right now I have a title that's getting updated. And this is the maximum one. So this is actually the one that I was looking to update. Title, description, kind, language, date, speakers. And I think the one I wanted to add is -- time 10. And then inside here, what are you upset about? Unexpected string literal, expected a comma. Ah, yeah, you want a comma. Fair. Phantom Glitch says Twitch mobile notifications are so bad. My phone just buzzed to tell me you're live. Yeah, it's pretty bad. The Discord ones aren't great either. I'm now on Twitch, YouTube, and also like I literally sit here 15 minutes before and like hit go live at the same time every Sunday specifically so you can set an alarm. Although I did mention at the beginning of the stream, and I'll bring it up again now, I am thinking about moving from the accidental 1600 back to the 1800. So if you see that happen in the next couple of weeks, that's what's happening there. Okay, and so what I want to do here is I want to assert match, title, colon, keynote Jane Doe. Perfect. Perfect. Ah, I love it when it does this. I love it when it does this. Phantom Glitch says, okay, I'll have to update my alarm if you do. So I will definitely update Discord either day of or day before with the change. Hopefully day before. But yeah, I've been kind of talking with Lifts with a Straight Bar about whether or not this time really works. Because I am spending like half the day streaming. And originally it was supposed to be like mid-afternoon. I just kind of like disappear for a little bit. The other thing that we're talking about is maybe moving this to like a nighttime for me stream. Just to make things a little bit more fair. All right, and so this one is going to be a lot of our to-do content. So for example, for this one, we know that we've got that description, quote, quote, hashtag to do. Is it a space or not? I don't know. And the other one we're going to do is we're going to come down here for the maximum lightning talk entry. So the reason passing both the event series and the event in these is helpful is because I don't have to actually create the event.yaml. Hang on. That one goes back there. This one goes here. That one goes last. And because this is the maximum one, I'm going to come in here after description. I'm going to do -- date. Perfect. Time. Part of me is wondering if this is the correct time format, but I'm going to find out real quick when I pass it. So here's what I'm going to do. I've got this one with the title, keynote, the speakers. Now I'm gonna pass kind to it. And I'm gonna pass keynote because that's an update that I need to make. I'm also gonna pass the correct time from this. And I know I'm gonna need to update that in both places. You know what, maybe I just start with keynote. Yeah, I'm gonna start with updating this to keynote. Oh, it's a lowercase keynote. The other thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna modify this to remove title, speaker, etc. And I'm just gonna pass the ID because that's how I want this to work. I'm gonna minimize this and I'm gonna update my update to match that. So I'm gonna run generator, event series, title. I'm gonna pass that one in here too. So right now we're working on handling these updates with Yerba. So that's why you're seeing me kind of focus on the tests here and making sure that they work the way that we want them to. So this is gonna be -- ID, and then I'm gonna do custom ID 2026. Custom ID, Jane Doe. Like it, dig it. So now for this one, we're gonna use the event series in the event to get the correct file. And then instead of the event, we're gonna pass the ID. And then I'm gonna delete the speakers. But what I expect to see happen is that this still gets updated with the new title in our new world, because instead of G-subbing the entire talk, which means we have to pass in all of the values, we can now update just 1 or 2 values that have been passed using Yerba. All right, so let me kind of, yeah, so I'm hoping to see this talk get updated to keynote, but I haven't actually implemented that part yet. The ID though is this. I'm gonna come back here to my ID. I'm gonna paste it. Ah! I thought I'd nailed that one, but okay, here we go. What I'm expecting is a binding.irb. I want to look at what is in attributes. Okay, so my attributes is going to be my ID, kind, speakers, language. The event is a static event. And then I've got the event slug. Okay, I'm going to take a minute to look at my talk generator. Now my hope was that attributes would be slice and then, I can see I'm merging in these. John Sugar says, well, 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 if it isn't AI's favorite streamer. Also, hi. Hi. No AI yet today. I have an idea. Attributes equals attributes dot merge. And then these become attributes, except for that AI. Yeah, I think that should work. And then I'm not gonna bother. Use 2 spaces for indentation and hash relative to the start of the line where the left curly brace is. I'm not gonna bother with that. I'm just gonna like bundle exec standard RB. That's not my job to fix. That's standard's job to fix. Makarot says only actual intelligence. John Sugar, don't worry, I won't mention the A word again this stream. I don't hate AI. I use it a lot at work. I just, not right now, because right now I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing. Okay, that looks good. It looks like it fixed this at attributes. Yes. Okay, I'm gonna run this previous one again. You should mention the L word though. What is the L word? The only L word I can think of is love. Okay. At attributes. Okay, this is perfect. I have an ID, I have a kind, I have a speakers to do in a language. That's not perfect, actually. That's not perfect. Because those are my defaults, and I don't want to set my defaults. John Sugar says, I can't mention the L word. I hear it gives Rubius a rash. The L word? It's not types. Laravel! Is it Laravel? Is Laravel the L word? I don't know what the L word is. Okay, in order for this to work, I need to make sure that all of my defaults are happening inside Talk and not here. Is this even the right time? I'm gonna search time real quick. These are all schedules. I don't need schedules. I need videos.yaml. Okay. What? I'm sorry, what? The times look like what? No. Oh, no, that's fine. That's just a description. Marco. John Sugar says I can neither confirm nor deny. And Upsol ALS has its place. Like right now, I'm gonna get Claude to make a visualizer for infrastructure as code plan changes. What if outputs? As Dea says L value. Then Lua sprang to mind first. L word to me means Lisp. Miles Foob says the L word is late binding and we Rubyists love it. See 2 L words in that one. Is this what they look like? That can't be right. That's not right. I'm gonna turn on my regex and I'm gonna do like /s and then a quote. And that should only capture time. This is what they all look like. No, no. No. Margaret says the time field has been unstructured as it's not used anywhere yet. What? This is a question mark! Okay. Makarot says stringly typed. That is an S word. And a T word, not an L word. Okay. 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 What do we do with the time? Seeds. Static event. What do I even do with the time? Time. These are cues. Time. Cues. Time. Isn't this where the imports happen? Event record. Import. Import event. Import videos. Oh, it's import videos. That's right. It's import videos. Okay, so that's actually static videos. And I did just update that so that it just imports the video itself. Import. Here it is. Update from YAML metadata. Okay. I'm remembering this. This feels familiar. Okay. Update from YAML metadata. Bang. And now instead of files to include, you are files to exclude. Talk. Update from YAML metadata. If event blank. No speakers, no talks, meta talks. Assign attributes. Okay, event, title, original title. Ha! Look! There is no time. There's no time. There's no no, wait, hang on, there's more. Kind. Blank. New slug, slug present, aliases, finder, create by. No time! No time. John Sugar says, I thought Ruby doesn't care about such trivial things as types. John Sugar says, Ruby doesn't, but I guess our streamer does. No. Ruby has a million types. Ruby has as many types as it has classes. And also, one of the things that I have said multiple times about types is that the least interesting thing about a type signature, is the type. In this case, we're talking about time. And that time has to be stored as a string. And right now, that string does not have validations. Defining that this method accepts a string in the time value would not help me because I need more specificity. Phantom Glitch says, question marks, the time format used by my parents when telling me when they will arrive. Very popular with parents and grandparents, I hear. I recently had to learn, Mouse Foob says, I recently had to learn about two popular strong typing systems for Ruby, Sorbet and RBS. Was fun to learn, but I don't think I'd want to use them in my personal projects. Yeah. I find that I spend more time, because we have Sorbet at work, I find I spend more time fighting the types than I do writing the code, and it doesn't protect me. Like, it honey badgers if it finds a nil, but it doesn't protect me from passing the wrong thing. Micro says RBS inline is great, actually. I know that you use it on herb. I do think if you're externally publishing things, it might be helpful to communicate what type things are. In the actual application, I don't find it particularly helpful. Because in this case, it would literally just say type is, and I would have to specify for each of these. This is the value that we're passing into assign attributes. And let me actually look at the talk itself. Oh, this is the talk itself. Is time present anywhere in here? It's got an announced at, it's got a published at, it's got a video availability checked at, video unavailable at, YouTube thumbnail checked at, created at, updated at. There's no time. There's no time. There's no time. It's not stored. It's not stored in the database. Let's see. Micro says people want to consume types if they don't want to write them themselves. I just find that I spend so much time fighting with them. And I don't... Yeah. Okay. I can change this. John Sugar says, but if you have a time type, how can you pass the wrong thing? I am parsing YAML. I have to pass a string type, which means I have to do some form of validation on that string, which means that I already have that validation logic. I don't have to have the whatever logic. Also, the summarized using EI defaulting to true feels wrong. It feels like that should be false, and then once it's done summarizing, it should be updated. Also, I get types from my database. Micro says, well, that's the point. At this point, it's not typed at all because we aren't actually using it anywhere. That's what it looks like. I can't be sure of that, though, because sometimes we use the metadata. Metadata. Where is your, like, metadata thing? Control F. Yeah, static metadata. Static metadata. Static metadata. That's just slug candidates. You're not going to find time in there. Let me try this. If I don't find it, yeah! Okay, hang on. Let me do this try. Time. It's not used anywhere. If we use the time, we use the time from the schedule.yaml. I can change time. Okay. I'm gonna leave a note in here. Yeah, this is gonna be a separate stream. Deferred support time. That's now a subtask. Support time pull from static metadata. Store as start time, end time or duration. Mouse Swoop says, I do like type validation when passing data from one system to another. I find it kind of restrictive and tedious the deeper down the layers of abstraction it goes. Well, and it's also like, let me find this thing. It's like sorbet, dog food, cat food. Mouse Swoop said, strangely, I prefer TypeScript over JavaScript. I suspect it because I'm good at testing stuff in Ruby and bad at testing stuff in JavaScript. Sorbet Ruby. Sorbet Ruby language types. Inherit multiple types accepted. Pet food? Let me try pet food. Pet food, multiple types accepted, more specific. I'm gonna find this thing. John Trigger says, I see. I use types DTOs for things like this. I think TypeScript made a great compromise for the very minimal type annotations in regular code. And John Trigger says, but yeah, you have to validate at some point. Exactly. Okay. Aha! Aha! This is the one. This is the one. Hang on. Give me the link. No! Neither of you! Give me the real link. I know you have it. I see you. I see you with that t.any. I know where is... What are the resources? Where is that dang document? I'm gonna find this. This is my argument against type checking. Is the specific way that sorbet does something. Search. I read this and I was, yes! 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 This one! Okay. This is my argument against types. Okay. Override checking. Sorbet supports method override checking. These checks are implemented as signature annotations. Overridable means children can override this method, override, abstract, etc. So here are all of the different things that you have to remember and understand when you're dealing with overrides. And then a note on variants. So here are all of your overridable params. Takes integer on string. Now this is the one. What if I really want the child method to narrow the type. The most common place where compatible overrides are difficult or frustrating to maintain is with arguments. It's common to encounter a scenario where multiple classes conform to some interface where each class knows it will only ever be called with a certain argument type. Like this, we have class dog, preempts food, dog food, def feed food end. Class cat, signature preempt food, cat food, dot void, def feed food end. A naive approach to extract the interface for the feed method might look like this, which has problems. So we might say abstract preempts food t.any dog food cat food in our pet module. And then we say override preempts food dog food, override preempts food cat food dot void. In cases like this, what we actually want, instead of using a t.any in the interface, is to define the pet interface as a generic class using type member. Look at all of, why do I have all this? Extend interface, extend t generic, food type equals type member, signature, abstract, preempts, food type. Okay, and then I come in here and I say food type member, fixed, dog food, override preempts food type. What? Why, what is this and why do I need to do it? Food type member, fixed, cat food, signature override. Meanwhile, this whole time, I just do cat, include, pet, def feed food end. Def feed food end, like what? All of this, there are more lines dedicated to types than there are to the actual logic. And it's like, Unstable Deo says this was the way I was thinking it would have to be done, but I'm also quite comfortable with C++ and C#. Micro says that's just bad syntax and the constraint that the sorbet syntax wanted to be valid Ruby code itself, to be honest. It happens in all of them. The pet interface is explicit about what the relationship is between these. Like, look at this. This is the type signature. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 lines. 1, 2, 3. 7 lines of signature. 3 lines of logic. Unstable Data says, see, I have no issue with this. I find type checking to be very valuable. I do not. It's more, it's not that I don't see, I find that the mistakes it catches are the least interesting mistakes. Like I said before, in this case, time. I don't know if I want start time and duration. Or if I want end time. Update existing examples. Alright, bugs, Ruby Lang. RBS and Sorbet already modeled this concept. Ruby itself should too. John Sugar says type annotations are mostly for the IDE in my experience. At least that's where I find the most value. Part of me thinks that there's like better ways to do that. Oh, hang on. So I'm trying something new today. I'm using Brave, which hopefully won't leak as many of my details. So all of the links are opening up inside of Opera and then coming back. Like, part of me wonders if documentation can help fill that void. Ruby's own type annotation language, RBS, uses pipe for union types. Process, string, integer, void. Sorbet expresses the same idea with t.any. Look how beautiful this is also in comparison to this. This is very, like, simple and pretty. Both tools have converged on the same semantic. Having the concept in static annotations but not in runtime Ruby creates a gap. Developers must translate string or integer from their type signatures into a verbose is-a chains by hand, and the two can drift out of sync. Sorbet requires the class constant instead, and t.nillable only covers a single type, so a multi-type nillable needs the verbose form. T.any string integer nil class. T.nillable t.any string integer. With a native union type, the expression stays flat and readable. Ooh, that I do kind of like that. Comparison with dry. Dry makes me cry. One time, me and my mentee were sitting there trying to build something, and we needed it to accept two values. And we literally, the dry types were the blocker to us figuring out how to build the thing. Micah Ross says, should we rename dry to cry? I already have it in my head. With native union types. Construction type. Yeah. Active model style validation. Schema definitions. Homegrown config val. Blech. Blech. Not bad. I do kind of like that one. Today, these arrays have no standard protocol. Each library re-implements the same loop. Value is a union type gives this pattern a first class home. Ooh. Common real word pattern, nullable type, raise type error unless name is a string or nil. John Sugar says, does the code fail if you pass the wrong thing? Well, this is normally how you do that. Is you're like, what do I want to do if this value is nil? And you decide. You personally, as the developer of the method, make a decision about what it is that you want to do if the wrong type is passed. Do you want to convert it? Do you want to do like whatever? John Sugar says, in PHP, the types don't actually do anything. They're just for static analyzers. Let's see. These three are the complete set. No other Ruby liberal. Footnote note, writing nil or string returns true because nil class is the Boolean or operator. The sugar only works for the union type on the left, string or nil. This mirrors how Ruby already treats nil or X today and is a known trade-off. I kind of like, yeah. Mouse Hoop says, I just remembered I actually wrote my own type system in Ruby. I only use it for typing public interfaces to domains, as well as for typing persistable entities. This is mostly for being able to automate integrations, though obviously catches type errors when entering the top of the stack or leaving the bottom of the stack, but the main motivation was discoverability of the API for automation tooling. I just find them very restrictive, and I spend more time, I feel like, writing them than I do modifying. Okay. So I think what I'm hearing is we're not doing time today. Which means I have to go update all my tests. Yeah. Yeah, anywhere where I included the time, we're gonna get rid of it. I really thought I knew how this field worked. There we go. Perfect, 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 perfect. Okay, well this is good because actually the first time I ran this, I made a mistake. The thing we have to do is we have to update the language and the speakers. Okay, so by default, I'm gonna make this Japanese. Yep. Yes. I'm not even sure that's right. I think it's supposed to be the language code. Active Record kind of has a similar thing where the types are known so it can be successfully automatically integrated with the DB, so I do dig that kind of typing. Yeah, I do feel like eventually the right value ends up in the right spot. I maybe I just haven't found a type system I like. I'll say that. That's my most charitable interpretation. Okay. Yeah, and I think that is what I want. Okay. So here's the next thing that I need to do. My speaker, speakers. Speakers becomes one that has a default. Well, and the interesting thing about this is it's actually got different defaults. Well, no, it can have the same defaults, actually. Yeah. Event name, ID, date, title. Do I want to alphabetize these? I think I do. Yeah, I think I do. I think I can. I think I can. Yeah, because it's going to call it when it does the thing. Event.name. I mean, I do want to separate them into, like, the setters. And then it's S. Def speakers. And then I want my default speaker to be to do. So we have a to do speaker, and that should get put in. Unstable data says typing should be restricted. It restricts the valid acceptable types to what's specified. I understand it can get in the way though, but I usually find it getting in the way when I'm writing scripts and not when I'm writing application code. I find it very restrictive and very frustrating, and I find that oftentimes I've got all of the code that I want, and then I'm just fighting with the types in order to get it structured. Macro says, I think TypeScripts or crystals is the closest to perfect. I haven't played with that. Miles Foop says, yeah, I didn't like RBS or sorbet when I learned them recently, but Marco's comment has me thinking I should revisit RBS inline to see if I dig the pros cons of it. Mostly, I haven't experienced a Ruby type system that's helping me more often than getting in my way, which sounds similar to your experience. Unstable data says typing is also a form of documentation, and given how much documentation is an afterthought, so forcing type specifications into the coding process can provide documentation when otherwise you would have none. I just kind of feel like validations and documentation are something that you eventually have to write, and so I'd rather just write those. John Sugar says, well, generics just got rejected from being officially implemented in the PHP language. People want them, but nobody can agree on how it should be done. Maybe that goes back to the pros cons things that we were talking about earlier. Yeah, so this would look like kind.title case by to do. And I think one thing that we were talking about that maybe hasn't been implemented is like checking the kind, like looking for whether it's a keynote or like something else inside the title. I like to show this file here as a simple but real example. All right, let me go. I'm gonna grab this one, bring it back over here. All right, let's see. From to integer, type serialized range equals integer, 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 into void, integer, integer, into range, integer, integer, into range, empty into serialized range. Shouldn't this be like an herb serialized range? Untyped into string, empty into string, empty into string, empty into string. That doesn't seem too bad. But yeah, I do ask the question of like, shouldn't this one be an herb serialized range? Hang on. That type is defined on line 5 and only available here. Oh, because it's inside herb, this is an herb serialized range, and this is the herb. Why is it serialized range and not range? Is it an herb range or a serialized range? Is this the serialized range? Is it defined on 28? Miles Soup says, yeah, that doesn't look too bad. I'd have to try it to see how it feels. I recently have wished I could distinguish between a void method and a non-void method that can return nil and some async code I was writing. The type is not related to the class itself. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna run this again. Oh, hang on. I gotta fix the language defaults. All right, so inside here, this has a default of to do. Macro says, but yeah, RBS just uses regular Ruby namespace lookup rules. Let's see. Type of talk, fields, default English. Okay, so let's go in here. And we're gonna remove language from this one. Insert it here. Something special about title? Probably not. Thank you. Clean that up. Perfect. ID, date, language, speakers, title. ID is special, everything else is alphabetized. Event slug and event are special, everything else is alphabetized. Yep. Got it. The event and the event slug are set here from the attribute, from the static event, options event. That makes sense. Do I want to have my talk fetch the static event? I could. I could have my talk fetch the static event. The reason I don't is because I currently have it in event base, correct? Yes, I've already fetched it, and so I don't need to do it twice. All right. Oh, my back. Let's try this again. Let's try this again and see what happens. I want to see what my attributes are. My attributes are ID and kind. Okay. And what is my existing talk? My existing talk is yerba map selector 0, ID, title, description, kind. So if I were to do something like at existing talk dot, can I just do like a merge? Attributes? I don't think that's gonna work. Nope, it didn't like that. Cool. Let's go look at speakers file. All right, I want places where we update this. So not initialize, not count, not names, not slugs, not known names, not index by, not find by, not where. Yeah, so add here is just entry.merge reject value.nil, or empty. I think we just saw that we can replace that with blank, which really could be replaced with a compact. So let's keep that in mind. All speaker references. All reference names. Missing speaker references. Remove orphan speakers. So this just kind of does a delete at. Duplicate slugs, duplicate GitHubs, duplicates, same name duplicates, reverse name duplicates. Saved as document sort by name, and then save apply true. Apply true. Apply true. Orphaned entries. Okay, so these are all fines, except for the save. I'm gonna skim through these and see if any of these look like updates. Nope. That applies the Yerba file rules. That's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking. Okay, so I'll need to look at one of the places where I update values with this. Normally I like get the value and update it, but I'm tempted to actually look at the Yerba documentation. Let's see. Yerba. github.com/marcobot/yerba. Let's try a slash instead of a dot. That help? It did! These are selectors, these are conditions. Use get, set. Set. Nope. All. Insert. Delete. Remove, rename. That's remove. Move. Move key. Sort. Sort keys. Quote style. Blank lines. Directives. Unique. Location. There's my output. Schema. Oh, interesting. Validate YAML files against a JSON schema. Ooh. Selectors. Config.yaml. I'm looking for anything that would let me update. Okay, available pipeline steps. So we're still in, aha! Now we're here. Here's parsing. Here's reading values. Scalars expose their value in quote style. Use fetch for strict access. If it does not exist, use dig to traverse multiple levels, returning nil for missing paths. Use value at to get the plain Ruby object. Modify values in place. Okay, so I can do set this value. Set all matching nodes at once with all true. Insert new keys with positional control. So I can do a set, work with sequences using familiar Ruby patterns, sorting, querying, schema validation. Hidakari Badasai! Hello! Let's see. Now we're on to the others. So it looks like set is the best option that we have. Okay, if that's the case, I'll just do at attributes.each do key value. No, we don't need to do that. First of all, I can just do dot compact, but also, can these even be nil? Hang on. Close that, close that. Yeah, so I'm only slicing these. You know what? I'll come through here and I'll just do a dot compact. That's gonna immediately remove nil and missing values. Or existing talk key equals value. Yeah, honestly, yeah. At existing talk square brackets key equals value. Now I'm gonna think for a minute. I am getting a string. That works. That's valid. Yeah. Keynote. Value. Okay. And I should be able to say at existing talk dot save apply true. All right. And let's try that out here. 3 yanking. Quote star 3 yanking. Control tick. Control V. Run it. Excellent. Now I want to see what is existing talk. The kind says keynote. The language says English. Outer Soul says, is Ruby a train? Huh. Never heard it described that way before. Let's see. And Hidakiri Betasai says, ooh, new Marco Roth tool. Arusol says, because it is on Rails. Sometimes. Sometimes it's on Hanami. Sometimes it's on Sinatra. Sometimes it just runs on its own. In this case, it is on Rails. It's fast like a train. Yeah, that looks good. Existing talk dot save. Apply true. No! Undefined method save for an instance of Yerba map. Boo. Good to know though. If that's the case, then I need to call, I need to call the document first then. Quit. Now at this point, if I take a look at my videos file, we're gonna see that no modifications have been made, which is correct. I need to do one more thing. I have a default in here of English that I should be supporting inside of Talk. Yeah, so there's the attribute writer language. I haven't actually set it yet though. Date ID, event name, here it is. Def, language, language, language. And we're gonna default to English. I don't know if this is correct. It might be Ian. And Monkey Man says, hello everyone, Merry Dundee. Hidakiri Batasai says, Aerosol says, okay, my joke flopped. Sorry. Hidakiri Batasai says, I've heard Ruby can get dangerous when it's off the rails. Micro says, you need to call save on the document itself. Yep, that makes sense. Aerosol says, by the way, never understood the fascination of Ruby. It feels a bit weird. It's very pretty. It's very, very pretty. And Monkey Man says, Ruby coder yells at VS Code. Mike Ross says about Ruby feeling a bit weird. It's different, but actually that's why it's so refreshing and beautiful. Hidakiri Betasai says, we like weird. We do like weird. All right, let me double check that I have deleted the defaults. Okay, I'm gonna do a quick search for defaults here. This feels correct. I think this is the only one that should legitimately be a default, and that's only until I can go through and search for whether or not there's a keynote or another type that's in there. Yes, that feels good. Okay. I'm gonna run this test and a bunch of stuff is gonna break. I just feel like it's test time. Wait, before I do that, I need to go back to the generator itself and I need to update something. We need at document. Actually, I just need document. I don't need at document. Yes. Wait a second. We're actually doing static videos file dot new. Good. And then I want this. And then at the end here, I do document.save apply true. Good. Unstable DS says Ruby is interesting, but I do think it suffers from always being associated with web development. I have a thought about this. So, Ruby's been used in a few other cases, like Dragon Ruby uses it for game development, but Micro says, does video file define and forward save to its internal document? I can make it do that. Back to this topic. So I think Ruby doesn't compile down to like a C whatever. And so I think one of the reasons it gets stuck in web development land is you need to have Ruby installed. So back in the heyday of Ruby, it was actually pre-installed with like 2.7, I think, on MacBooks. And at that point, you could actually build things in Ruby and expect them to be able to run on other people's computers. But if you live in a world where it's not automatically installed on MacBooks, then, and it was never automatically installed on Windows, and it didn't run easily on Windows, that means that you have to be able to install it in a Linux or Mac environment, which means you kind of need to control the device. Oh, Micro says, unless you use Spinel. Well, that's a very, 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 very new change. And so my thing is, like, I think that the reason that it's been stuck in webland for so long is because it's not easy to install on multiple devices. So you kind of need the request to come to a server that you control and have installed it on. There are a few exceptions, like JRuby, which runs in a JVM, and like Dragon Ruby, which compiles and exports a version of it in multiple different things, but yeah. MouseFoob says, I personally find it easier to write self-documenting code in Ruby than in most languages, and I dig its expressiveness and seeing all the ways different people use it to express themselves via their code. It's also cool to just see Chill discovering APIs through trial and error, and the REPL with a lot of languages don't make it easy. It just feels good to me, but it's definitely subjective, of course. I like IRB. I'm gonna call this and see if it breaks. Oh my god, where did it go? One of the keys on my keyboard just disappeared. Oh. It's the control key. It just, like, fell off of my keyboard. Micro says, you don't like IRB? I do like IRB. I just said I'm gonna run this and see it fail. What? Undefined method merge for nil. Undefined method merge for nil. In initialize values. I thought I did this correctly. Oh! Oh, that can now be nil, can't it? Huh. that's true. If I carve off the event in the event series, I have no values. As soon as I would come down here, I would try to find it by talk.id. Heh. Interesting. Lightning talk, yeah. Let's see. Mousewhoop says, oh, I have to drop. Father's Day call, video call time. Always fun and informative. And thanks for the RBS inline tip, Marco. I'll see if I can sprinkle in some tasteful use of it and see how it feels. Peace, y'all. Micro says, see you. Hope to see you in July in SF. Wait, July? Wait, July? SF Ruby's in November. Oh. I see what you're doing. You're going to the SF Ruby meetup in July. Okay. Unstable Dio says Python's in the same situation though, and it's not known for just web dev, but it's also known for system scripting in Linux, Unix, and Windows, web development, application development, and even mobile development. I don't know Python for mobile development. Web development, yes, through Django. Application development, I don't know Python for. I do know Python for scientific investigations because they have really, really good math libraries. And they have good ML libraries. Yeah, no, I don't. Like, we have mobile development with Ruby. We have application development with Ruby. Like, Ruby Motion was the old application development thing. Hotwire native for, like, mobile. But, like, people don't know Ruby for that. And I would argue the same is for Python. Undefined method title case for nil. Okay, what gets title cased? Generate talk ID. Probably this one. Speakers.length, speakers length 0. Parameterize. Add kind unless kind in talk or panel. Add event slug. Join dash. If the speakers.length is greater than 2, or the speakers.length is 0. Otherwise, concat speakers map parameterize. Kind.title case. Kind has a default. Kind still has a default of talk. And this is options, slice, video schema, properties, keys, compact, curly braces. Yeah, I think I should investigate this. Hang on. I learned how to do this. Okay. I'm gonna run 103 first. No, come back. 103. And it's gonna run and it's gonna give me an error. Line 51, no? Hang on. Let me go back here. Line 51, 51, 51. I'm gonna assume that's in the... I'm gonna close that, and 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 go here. 51. Yes. Yeah, that's the yes. Yeah, speakers should always be set and kind should always be set because kind has a default and speakers does too. Okay, so then this one says wrong number of arguments given 1, expected 0. Videos file, static videos file, save. Oh, that is the one I'm hoping for. Okay, so this one's the lightning talk entry, and it says the wrong number of arguments. It was given 1 and expected 0, and that's videos file is not expecting. Aha! It's only expecting save, and it automatically does the apply. So here, I can just say like, oh, hey, you've already handled this for me. And it does pass it through. Okay. let's run these again. There's a thing that I need to learn and memorize and add to the talk that's like, okay, this is a good one, 93. That's how to test generators. Yes, perfect. And that's in title. Good to see, good to see. Good to see. I need to go check what the thing is though. Rails guide generators. Yes. Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. This is the Edge version. Test. Haha! Test. Aha! Haha. Ah, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. If running tests against generators, you will need to set Rails log to standard out true in order for debugging tools to work. I have just been dying to use these. Okay. I haven't set a binding.irb yet. I'm going to. I'm gonna set it here. Yes. Good. That's gonna fail, and I'm gonna run it again. Okay. Kind is nil. Why is kind nil? Okay. Where do I find what was passed into you? Can I call attributes? I don't think I can. I think I can call it here. Here. I want to call it here. That's gonna give me the answer I need. And then I don't need this one anymore. No! Delete that line. I want this one. Oh, this feels so good. This feels so good to have these back. Okay, so this one is... Let's see, there we go. So, Apothem says, what color theme is this? It looks awesome. It's called Horizon. It also gets deleted pretty regularly and then uploaded as a new theme. So, yeah, I think Bach is missing now. Marco says, maybe attributes are only values passed explicitly. That's what we're going to find out. So first I'm going to call options, and I'm going to see I have skip namespace. I have a kind of talk. I have lightning talks false. I have the event. I have the title. I have speakers, and speakers is an actual value. So now I'm going to call attributes. I have nothing. Okay. What is video schema dot properties dot keys? What is video schema dot properties? What dot keys? Why? I just want to call video schema. Video schema dot properties. What was that about? Okay. Dot keys. Okay, there's kind. Micro says string versus symbol keys. The leading splat is not valid in that context. Okay. Let me slice. And then attributes. Oh. Hang on. Options. Yeah, okay. Map ampersand colon to S. Perfect. Okay. Let's start with that. Let's just start there. Let's start with keeping the star and then keys map to S. The splat there is fine, but not in IRB. Why can I? Oh, yeah. I'm with you. The splat works for arguments, does not work in IRB. Yep, I got it. Yeah, that should work. Now if I get to this binding.irb and I go in here and I call at attributes, it's still empty. Options. There are my options. There's that. Let me try this. I'm gonna try just this part. I'm gonna try options. You know what? I'm just gonna copy this part. And I'm gonna do options dot slice. And then I'm gonna close the parentheses. That's what it's supposed to say. Okay, so why is the compact? Oh. Oh. Well, no, that's weird. Okay. Well, now I know. Wait. Curly braces dot compact. Oh, good. Okay, I don't need this. Yep. Perfect. Quit. I'm gonna run it. You know what? I'm pretty confident I had this one, so I'm gonna run it without the binding.irb. Run. It worked. Microsoft says compact mutates the hash in place. And I thought that was what I wanted, but I think what it does is if there's nothing to compact, it just gives you... Oh, no, I see what it's doing. It mutates it in place so it doesn't return it. Oh, Yorzak says, but don't return it. Yeah, Yorzak, that was the part I was missing. I was like, yeah, I want to mutate this in place, but I didn't think about the fact that I wanted to return it, actually. Okay, that looks good. I'm happy with that. Yeah, I think what we do... Wait. I think I do want to go through the tests and make sure that, like, I'm checking all of the values for the thing are the things that they're supposed to be. So for this one, I think I do want to, like, assert match ID, title. And my guess is those are going to fail. I'm going to remove this :93 and I'm just going to run it on all of them. Micro says options lightning talks might also want to change to a string key. Oh, you have a good point. Ooh. ID, Lightning Talks 2028, Lightning Round, Description, Quick Talks, Kind Talk, Language English, talks. Expected kind lightning talk. Match kind talk. I'm gonna guess that's exactly the thing that you just mentioned. I'm gonna run them all. Well, maybe not. Options with symbols. I'll go through them one by one. That was the whole command. I didn't need to remove anything. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, expected. Let me look at what example this is. TalkGenerator test update videos.yaml if called twice. Expected title keynote Jane Doe to not match to do add all talks docs adding unpublished talks to do reorder talks for schedule docs blah 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 blah. Okay, so here's the ID. Jane Doe 2026 title keynote Jane Doe. Speakers Jane Doe video ID custom ID Jane Doe. Okay, so I think I probably updated this test. Let me look at which one this is. Update videos.yaml if called twice, and it's 51. Here's 51. Update this if called twice. So I'm gonna pass an ID. Yeah, that's the wrong one. Custom ID Jane Doe. Okay, let's call that one again, and this time it should pass. This time it should pass. No, it failed. Okay. Description to do, kind talk, custom ID Jane Doe. So this one is Jane Doe 2026. I'm gonna take a theory here. If I go to my talk generator and I look at ID, I do accept this. Required false. It uses ID or generate talk ID, and the first thing it does is it goes through all the attributes and sends them. So then let me look. 51. Talk generator. There's my title. There's my speaker. I want to assert there is no match for title keynote Jane Doe. I want to assert there is a match for title talks about talks. And I want to assert there is a match for ID, custom ID Jane Doe. Assert match. And I want to assert that Jane Doe is still a speaker in the event. Okay. And I want to assert that it validates the file. This is the wrong ID. For 51? Oh no, wait. This is 63. This is 51. I'm running 51. The failure is 63. Ah. The failure is 63. Yeah, because the goal here is to update the title. Okay. And so in this case, I'm gonna hop straight down to this bottom part where we're updating the values and binding that IRB here. You know what? I might also update here. Because these are the two that should really matter. Oh, and like, do I find the ID? Talk.id. Yeah, I'll go down here. Finding.irb here. Which means I don't need one here. Okay, so those are my two locations that I want to look at. I'm going to go in here, I'm going to run this again, and then I need to remember what was that thing that I ran? Rails log to standard out true. I keep trying to fix my posture. Let's see. Okay, here's my talk, binding.irb. I want to look at talk. So this, I have a custom ID Jane Doe. That's not right. Hang on, what's attributes? Attributes is custom ID Jane Doe. Wait, that's right. Oh yeah, and the talk is right. It's custom ID Jane Doe. Yes. Yeah, that's right. Okay. In this case, I'm going to continue. And then down here, what are attributes? Custom ID Jane Doe, keynote Jane Doe. This is the first time we're calling this. Oh, I hate this so much. 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 I know what this is. I know what this is. I know what this is. Hang on. When I first generate these, there's already files in place. Yeah. I hate this so much. Yeah, when I first generate these, there's already files in place. Ugh. No, just delete it. What's the worst that can happen if it doesn't exist? Actually, that's a good question. This drives me nuts. Okay. So when I come in here, ensure. Extra empty line detected before the ensure. Yep. What happens if I call file.delete and the file doesn't exist? P. Oh. Okay, I'm not gonna run all of these before I get whether or not it's doing the thing I need it to do. And did I update 51? I did. Okay. At talk. Yay. Good. Okay. Expected time to match. Cool, so I need to update that one. Why am I even running 28? Command Shift F. No, not you actually. I just want Control F. Time colon. You say there's no, but we'll see. We'll see! Let's run all of them. Actually, let me just exit. Let me go here. Let me delete this one and delete this one. And while this is running, ooh. Okay, let me try running this again now that it's been saved. Ensure file.delete. Alright, let's see what the failures are. Ooh, okay, so I do have to have like an if it exists. Yep, if file.exists. Do I want something that like wraps these? I feel like I do. I feel like I do. I also think this should be a different one. Because one of the things I've run into in the past is these running concurrently and running over each other. Yeah. Okay. And in this assert file, I just want to say videos file path. Yep. Okay, so this is my test structure. I come in, I get the file that's going to be created. I delete it if it exists. I run my generator, I do my assertions for the values that should be set. Then I validate it and I delete it if it exists. I'm gonna go through these one by one. So this is gonna be 9. Does 9 pass and succeed? It does not. Let's look at why. The ID generated is to do 2024. Why is that the ID generated? I have the event series and the event. The event is 2024. If I look at my videos file, I'm gonna look at how we generate the ID. This is the wrong videos file. If I look at my chalk generator, I'm gonna look at how we generate the ID. The way I generate this is I say, hey, give me the speakers. If it's more than 2, give me the title and parameterize it. If it is exactly 1, parameterize it. If the kind is in talk or panel, do not parameterize it. Instead, use the event slug or join. Hey, BiteCot! BiteCot redeemed! Cat attention time! I have a cat, but she's sleeping. Do you want me to wake this super cute sleeping cat? to give her some cat treats. Do you want cat treats? Are you hungry too? The cat treats on my desk. Rugmat says, please. Thank you for following DMart24. Also, hi, Rugmat. Nice to see you. I didn't know you were hiding around in there. All right, I'm going to put some cat treats right here. Come on, cats. You got to get up. Meow. I know. You were a fat cat. Where did you go? Where did you go? I got you, Ruby. Oh, you're so fat. Oh, you're so fat. I'm going to put you right here. I'm gonna put you right here and you can eat some treats. You can hide behind the microphone. Alright, let's... Monkey Man says, a little spider is walking on my monitor. We friends now, thank you. I don't like spiders. I'm an arachnophobe, so the fact that you have a little spider crawling across your monitor is kind of like my worst nightmare. Also, I've been like reading too much about Australia. So like when you said, a little spider is walking on my monitor, I'm just picturing this like giant, hairy, awkward huntsman. I don't know if you've ever seen huntsman spiders. They look so awkward. Mark Ross says the spiders in Australia are crazy. Yes, they are. It's good that there aren't very many of them. I went to Australia and I went to 3 different cities in Australia. Just so we're clear here, I went to 3 different cities. I went to Adelaide, I went to Melbourne, and I went to Warrnambool. So I went like out in the middle of nowhere. I went like in the super duper city, and I went like in a small city, and I saw one spider the entire time that I was there, which like total is probably like a week and a half. One spider. One of them was like a super regional area where like at the retreat they had signs up that were like, do not walk into the bush, there's snakes. The one spider that I saw was tinier than my pinky nail. You see that tiny little pinky nail? That's how small it was, and it was in a little web in the window. I've seen bigger spiders than that at home. And Monkey Man says, Australian spiders are a different kind, thank you. Not sure I'd be friends with them. Bitecut says, big meow. Do you want to turn around and say big meow? Meow. Okay, I'm going to tell you what we're doing, Ruby. We're building these generators. And I ran into an issue with testing the update script. The reason I ran into an issue is I wanted to test that the old one was deleted, but the old file still existed, and I changed the IDs, which means that now it's got the old ID and the old talk in there. So now I am deleting all of the files that could possibly exist with a vengeance. I'm considering making like a little yield block that's like a test prep thing, but I would want to search to figure out what the actual thing is. This would be an ideal case for AI where I could be like, hey, robots, tell me how I do this in Ruby. But I don't trust the robots anymore because the robots lie. The robots lie. We can only trust Zach and the Rails guides. Yeah. The robots lied to me real bad last week, and so I don't trust them anymore. And Monkey Man says cat butt. Yeah, thank you. And Monkey Man says thank you for the cat butt. You were purring, you're so warm. Rugmat redeemed hydrate. Okay, I'm gonna drink my water. Fighting these generator tests is like the bane of my existence. Okay, square desktop. Okay, that's my face. I don't want you here in my face anymore. Yeah, I don't want you here in my face anymore. Yeah, I don't like that. Can I make a method? I'm gonna try it. This one's validate talk file path. Def. Delete with a vengeance when done. How do I say that it accepts a block? It's like and... No, it's like and block. Yeah! Yeah. File path. Yeah. File path. Perfect. Good. Paranoid test. What do I want to call this? What do I want to call this? Maybe something like test. Test with file cleanup. It tests the schema too. Test schema with file cleanup. That feels excessive. Twitch 2D says, hi Chael, joining really late, but stop by to say hi, what are you working on? Ruby events! Big surprise there. In Ruby events, we generate lots of files, like this one right here. I want to be able to update these files. Like for example, this says kind talk. I want to be able to change that to say kind keynote. Right now I'm fighting my tests. I'm deciding to build like a test. I haven't decided the name for this. Mark says with temporary file. I'm not, see the thing is there are actual temporary files and I'm not using temporary files because I can't use temporary files because I'm generating files with the generator. I'm including this validate talk file thing in there because I want to validate it in all of them. And so really what I do here is I just pass a block that like asserts the file. So ideally, right here when I do this, I would do test schema with file cleanup. I don't even know if this works. Yeah. I feel like I'd want to put this up here. Videos, file path. And then here I would just do file path, videos, file path, do. And then I would run this generator. And then I would assert videos, file path. And yeah, it would take all of this and indent it. Yeah. Ensure validated file. Also, doesn't Minitest think it's a test because the method starts with test? Eliminate validated file. I like it. Yes. Excellent. That feels good. Videos file path. No. Eliminate validated file. Mike says, I envy the way they sit in your arms. I have a British cat. She's not sitting in my arms. She's strong personality. They really love me. a lot, and they just like kind of crawl on me all day. That every time I let them. To be honest, I don't all that often. Yeah. Okay. I mean, we're getting closer, but we're gonna come up here. No. And we're gonna say videos file path, and we're gonna say eliminate. Yeah, now you're getting it. Now you're starting to get it. Yes. Okay. What is this? Finds event series from static event if not provided. Yeah, that's fine. Yep. That should work. None of the rest of this matters. Yeah. And this is going to add it to like a temp directory, so it's not going to modify the original file either. Okay. Append if called with added files. Videos file path. Eliminate validated file. I'm going to indent this. Indent this. Have you figured out what I'm doing yet? No, you haven't. Indent 10 of these. Haha! I got it right. There you go. There you go. Okay. So here we're going to say append if called with different details. So I'm going to say event series, RubyConf, event, title, keynote Jane Doe, speakers Jane Doe, kind keynote. I'm going to say, hey, I'm going to call Ruby Events is great, future of Ruby panel with all of these people and another speaker. And what we should see is the keynote is added, the ID is added, this title is added. You know what? I might even include that. Title, quote. Quote. Yeah. ID, title. Yeah, so these are all appended. These aren't particularly helpful, I don't think. Haven't I kind of proven this when I do 2 of them? I don't need 3. Oh, I guess this is testing if I add additional speakers, it includes the other speaker as well. Yeah, okay. Assert match. And for this one, I just want another speaker. Dash space. Another speaker. Uh-oh, my music stopped. Let's go. There we go. Yes. Instead of this delete, we'll do eliminate. Excellent. 10 indent. Oh, excellent. End. Something here is wrong. The math is not mathing. Oh, my music's being taken from me. Is my music being taken from me? I'm not sure. All right. I could probably just like download this playlist and run it offline on Spotify.
The wheels on the bus go round and round, round and round, round and round. The wheels on the bus go round and
Oh, my
round,
music is definitely being taken from me for Bath.
The wipers on the bus go swish, 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 swish. The
Justin
wipers
Max
on the
says,
bus go
yes, that's my jam.
town.
And I'm just I think someone might be
The
messing with
horn
you a
on the
little.
bus goes beep, beep, beep.
Twishy
Beep,
says,
beep, beep.
beep, 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 beep,
The horn
beep,
on the
We'll take these and we'll indent all of them. There we go. Oh, nope, not that many. Okay, so this is updatevideos.yml if called twice. I want to make sure that the keynote Jane Doe is missing and the title keynote talks about talks is missing. And then I want to make sure that I have an ID of custom ID Jane Doe. Majestic Max says music was too good. Adepsol says we back.
I like to eat apples and bananas. I like to eat apples and bananas.
This is my 4-year-old's favorite.
I like to eat.
I'm gonna text lists.
Apples and bananas. I like to eat apples and bananas. I like to eat apples and bananas. I like to eat apples and bananas.
It's playing on stream.
I like to eat apples and bananas.
And a glitch says, hey, and she's back. My girl says, I'm bland for Rococo
I like to
or tropical. And Monkey Man says, what's my favorite now? Thank you. And Monkey Man says, very catchy. Hit a Carrie Say says, I'm sorry, did you say 4? Yeah, I have a 4-year-old now.
happy and you know it.
Sixel Sprite says, I'd like to as well.
If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely
Yeah, so this
show
one is
it. If you're
Cocomelon.
happy and you
So
know
if
it,
you're
clap
looking
your
for
hands.
these jams, you need to get Cocomelon. I'm pretty sure Cocomelon is copyrighted, so this might be a copyright strike on my channel if Lifts does not take it and play it on his phone soon. There we go. Either that or it's gonna be muted. Give me like 5 seconds to go in here. Go to YouTube. Lo-Fi Girl normally works, but occasionally... Oh, I bet Harris Heller does have. Harris Heller stream beats. Lo-Fi. I want... Oh, no, that's like an hour. That should work. This is not actually Harris Heller, though. Okay. Let me... Properties... There we go. How's that? Better? Maybe that's why stream went down. Wingmat says nice tunes. Majestic Max says tell him I said thanks for the 6 tunes. I will. Fandom Glitch says Harris is some good lo-fi stuff. Yeah, that's what I like to listen to. And Monkey Man says Twitch performing preemptive stream shutdown to prevent copyright infringement. Thank you. Okay, so... Am I offline? Oh no! Hang on. Let's see. I need to check stream health. Nope. Is this one? Let's see. Bitrate looks good. Oh, am I online? Phantom Glitch says, Adepsol, you're online right now. You did go offline like 5 minutes ago, though. Oh, okay. Okay. I'm back. Hello. Let me check if I'm fine on YouTube. YouTube shows me like editing stuff with a certain match. So I have no idea if that's good. I'm gonna refresh. Connect your encoder to go live. Oh, I am live. Okay. Okay, there's just a serious delay. In case you're wondering, that's how long. Lives with the Straight Bar says, was stream playing kids music? Yes. Yes. So if anybody wants to compliment Lifts with a Straight Bar on the music, now is your opportunity to do so. For example, Majestic Mac says, tell him I said thanks for the sick tunes. Yes, Kokomeric, apparently. Makaroth, bangers! Okay. Alright, so I'm gonna keep my speaker should still be Jane Doe. My custom ID should still be Jane Doe. My title should be swapped out. Also, I don't know why I randomly decided I want curly braces here. Not that there's anything wrong with curly braces or not. Phantom Glitch says, my partner says Twitch couldn't handle the vibes. Nope. Okay. So I need to go through all of these and update them to be videos file path. Eliminate validated file. Indent. Indent, 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 indent. Yes, change that. I said yes. Yes. But also indent. Indent, 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 indent. Delete this. Delete this. Delete this. And just put an end in. End. Let me double check that I deleted that. Yep. Okay. Now I don't need the ensure. I don't need the delete. I don't need that. Great. Now we're back up here. We call that. De-indent that. Indent that. Indent that. 5. Indent. Yes, indent that and delete that. Perfect. Yay. This is right versus lol. CC wanted music after BCC woke up. Oh, like what time is it? Oh, okay, it's like 3. Yeah. I disconnected her phone from the internet. Okay. So theoretically, I can now pause this. Perfect. And restart this. Yay! It's our beginning of stream music! Alright, I'm gonna run this. All of them. No! Why? Test find event series from static event if not. Provided is already defined in TalkGenerator test. Oh, there's 2 of them. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna minimize all of these. Append to videos.yaml, finds event series, finds event series. Haha, there's 2 of them now. Okay. What, did they both do the same thing or? Run generator. Yeah, they're both the same. There. Okay. Let's try this again. I'm gonna need like a button to throw up the prediction. I'm gonna keep doing these. Alright, so what is this one? This is an expected. So 9 is failing. Let's call 9 again. I want a snack. I've only had like 2 slices of cold pizza, and the kids ate the crusts. Okay, expected ID RubyConf 2024 talks to match this. So I think this is an expectation issue. This has a title, talk by to do, description, kind talk, language English, date this, speakers to do, video provider scheduled video ID to do 2024. I mean, that feels correct. Yeah, this is AI made this up. Got it. This is AI made this up, and I have not corrected it yet. Okay. And the next one was 100. Margaret says, bad AI. Yeah, very bad AI. All right, let's see what this one says. So we're gonna create videos.yaml, we're gonna gsub videos.yaml, and then we're gonna append. Why am I gsubbing? Oh, I'm gsubbing because it's a new file. Yes. Okay, expected title lightning round to match to do. Add all talks. Docs adding unpublished talks. Reorder talks for schedule. Hang on. Oh, I shouldn't do this. I shouldn't do this. I shouldn't do this. I should be good. I'm just thinking, like, wouldn't it be cool if we could say, hey, if I haven't passed any of these values, just generate the... No, we don't need the videos.yaml. Twitch GD says, shh, the AI is listening. Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna run... That's fine. Yes. We don't need to generate videos.yaml with empty arrays anymore. I don't think we do. I thought Pat did that. Expect talk, title, lightning talks. Yeah, this is the minimum one. This is all correct. So these are the old values and I need to go update them. So here's 100. Yeah, instead of lightning round, this should be lightning talks. The description should be lightning talks. Period. The kind is lightning talks, which is already covered. The language is English. The date is 2026-021, and that's going to be today. So we don't want that one. And the talks is an empty array. Video provider scheduled, video ID those. Yeah. I don't necessarily care about those. Good. Excellent. I'm gonna run this and it's gonna pass. It did pass. Okay, good. I'm gonna run all of them and I'm gonna remove the log to standard out true. Okay, we got some failures. Why do we have some failures? We have some failures. I expected the title to match title talk by to do. Deleted a quote. Talk by to do. I'm gonna run this again. Well, and maybe we capture some of the other stuff, like assert match kind talk, assert match language English. Definitely don't want the date. What is failing here? Creates minimum videos.yaml with valid YAML, expected description, quotes to do. Oh, it's no space. Do I need the space? Maybe I need the space. I don't remember if I need the space or not. I'm gonna go all the way back to the PR that we made at the beginning of this. Go, 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 go. Pull requests. Closed. Merged yesterday. Okay, let's filter by author. Oh no, hang on. The author isn't me. The author is Copilot. Author Copilot. This way. Also, let's give it a label of content while we're here. Okay. Is it space to do? It's space to do. Okay. It's space to do. So let me go in here. And the fact that this to do is right here and I still got it wrong is just like so embarrassing. Okay. Run it again. Ugh. Run it again. Yes! 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 Wild. I need to go to, here's minimum, here's maximum, here's update. Okay, so I'm gonna run this first one, and I have the ID, I have the title. I wanna show that I can update all of my values. So let me see. I'm gonna close this. Look at my TalkGenerator. Or at least some of them. Like I've tested kind. I wanna test language. And maybe speakers. Mark Ross says we could also make it to do missing descriptions so we would see what the to do is for. We see what the to do is for. Okay, so we have to find, I don't think we've seeded yet. Oh, we did. Yeah, so it shows you description blank to do. And then title this to do. And it shows you the line it's on. Thank you for following Spirit128. I guess title is fine. I don't need to specify everything. If I run into an issue with one, I can fix it. Spirit128 says hi. Hi. Okay. Back straight. I'm gonna go all the way back in time. All the way back to before we were working on the test, when we were working on this. Sweet, I'm gonna run this. Yay! And it says updating existing talk. Excellent. Excellent. Okay, I'm gonna go in here. And I'm gonna make that yellow. It's too long. Spirit128 says, I'm having trouble learning software engineering best practices and CI/CD. What are you having trouble with? I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. I don't think I need to specify the file because we're specifying it here. Random Glitch says, trying to work on that PR you mentioned at the start of stream. Learning new things about Ruby in the code space as I go. Yay! That's so exciting. Yay. Okay, I can come in here. And I can make this yellow. Talk with ID exists. Let's try this. Existing talk with ID blank found. Updating. Yeah. Spirit123 says, I don't understand refactoring. I can't wrap my head around solid principles too. I understand the definitions, but I can't seem to apply them effectively. I think the trick is to practice. Honestly. Let's go look at solid. I don't know when the last time was that I looked at solid. SOLID is a mnemonic acronym for the 5 principles intended to make source code more understandable, flexible, and maintainable. Single responsibility problem states that there should never be more than one reason for a class to change. In other words, every class should have only one responsibility. Open-close principle. The open-close principle states that software entities should be open for extension, but closed for modification. Liskov substitution principle. The Liskov substitution principle states that functions that use pointers or references to base classes must be able to use pointers or references of derived classes without knowing it. Interface segregation principle. The interface segregation principle states that clients should not be forced to depend upon interface methods they do not use. Dependency inversion principle. The dependency inversion principle states that one should depend upon abstractions, not concretes. Well, we can talk about single responsibility here. The sole responsibility of my file here is to generate the talk entry in a videos.yaml file. Let's see. It has one class that it depends on, the generator's event base, which has other things that it depends on, which should fit. Let's see. Clients should not be forced to depend upon interface methods they do not use. Honestly, I don't look at solid that often. It's more like I understand how to separate things out. Just from having done it so often. Phantom Glitch says, I love solid. Now I know and follow most of them. I realize it's just how horrid my old and some new code is to maintain. I guess I don't really think about solid principles while I'm designing things and how to lay them out. But yeah, this whole thing that we're doing right now is technically a big refactoring and update to these. Macro says at some point it becomes intuition and you develop a feeling for it. Yeah. I would agree with that. Class talk. So this one, internal class to represent talk data that defines defaults. Let's see. So my talk doesn't need to know that there's a lightning talk. Would that be considered? Enable the use of polymorphics. subclasses adhere to the contract defined by the superclass. Predictability guarantees that replacing a superclass object with a subclass object won't break the program. So I guess that one is really that all of the methods that exist in my superclass here, talk, can also be called from my lightning talk here. And so this one is really about overrides talk defaults to overrides talk defaults to fit lightning talks better. Let's see. Okay, I get this one. States that functions that use pointers or references to base classes must be able to use pointers or references of derived classes without knowing it. So that one's gonna be how, when I'm here inside of my talk, I don't necessarily have to know, well, whether it's a lightning talk or a talk. In this case though, I do think I call a separate one for this. Yeah, so I say if I've passed the lightning talks option, give me a lightning talk. And then use the lightning talk template or the talk template. So yeah, I guess technically. That's not a very good example. Because I'm using two separate templates, so the callers are different. Oh, here's a good one. So right here, where I'm deciding whether or not to read the existing one, I'm using this @talk.id, and that ID exists on both the talk and the lightning talk. So I don't need to know whether it's a talk or a lightning talk because my subclass, lightning talk, implements all of the methods from my talk. Yeah. What else do we have? Where are some other examples of this in reality? Clients should not be forced to depend upon interface methods they do not use. So that one is just going to be, I shouldn't have to implement anything I'm not going to use in here just because it exists elsewhere. Yeah. talk.id. Alright, so here's our talk. Appending the talk with ID. And then I don't need that. All right, let's try running this through. Yeah, let me see what that looks like. Okay, so it says existing talk found, updating, talk with ID updated. So maybe instead of doing that, we do attributes.keys. Actually, we don't need that. We could do 2 sentence. And what I should see is ID, kind, and language updated. Perfect. I like it. That worked great. Yeah, and then if I add, oh, hang on. I'm gonna bin lint real quick. It's gonna run through all of the different validations that it could possibly run. Oh, you know what'd be yummy? I have like cheese. I can chop the cheese up into little cubes with the berries and just be like cheese and berry. I have blackberries, blueberries, and strawberries. Do y'all have suggestions for like what I should be, like what cheese I should be having it with? I have like mozzarella. I could pick up a sharp cheddar. Actually, that sounds really fun. Oh my gosh, dropping by the grocery store and getting some like nice cheeses to eat with the berries. Perfect. Everything ran, everything looks good. Yay! I'm really surprised by this because I really thought that, hang on. I really thought that we were supposed to, the language. I didn't know I could pass English or Japanese as the language. Language. Oh, enum language.english names. Okay, that's perfect. Perfect. Yeah. We can do that. I'm good with that. I didn't know that existed. Sweet. Okay. Back straight. Okay. 1. I'm gonna update this. Yes. Not you. Go alone. I'm gonna run like a git status and see all the stuff I have. Okay. There's a lot. There's a lot. There's a lot here. Okay. I want to make this a commit because things are, you know, they're good here. So I'm going to do git add -i. I'm going to do for add untracked. So that's going to be none of the plans, not the SF Ruby venue, and not the generator readme. Sweet. Now I'm going to do a patch add. And I'm going to patch add the TalkGenerator, the template changes. I'm going to leave the event schema alone. I'm pretty sure that this is the time zone change that I keep experiencing, and I'm not sure why I'm dealing with that. But I'm going to leave it alone. So we're going to do a patch update on files 3, 4, and 6. Okay, so first of all, we have some top-level documentation. This is a generator for creating a new talk entry in the videos.yaml file of a specific event. Microsoft says time zone change. Yeah, I can show it. Event schema. Every time I run this locally, I get these deleted time zones, and I don't know why. It looks like they're mostly deleted. Oh, until we get to the bottom where it changed UTC. But yeah, a bunch of them get removed, and if I commit it, then it fails in CI. I don't know what's going on with it. Okay. Yeah, so we removed the default from the actual options. Minecraft says, oh, is it maybe using the Windows time zone info or something? It might be. I also get different ones on my MacBook. Okay, so let's look at the changes that we made here. So first of all, we added description to attribute accessor, which means we don't define a default. We did set a default for language and speakers inside of the talk instead of setting that default in the options. So as you can see up here, we removed the defaults from the options here, and we moved the defaults into this internal class that sets defaults. Title and description are removed. Description is removed. I believe title is just moved. Yeah, title is just moved. So now we have language defaults to English, speakers defaults to to-do, and title defaults to kind.title case by speakers to sentence, but that's just reordering them. Next we have lightning talk, and this says override talk defaults to fit lightning talks better. Yes. And then here's the big change. I'm going to split this one up so we can review it. So the first thing we did is we made attributes, which is option, slice, and then compact. That slice is going to take only the options that are in the video schema properties keys. So that means only the options that are in the video schema. So it's going to remove any that are related to the actual like file itself, or like to the rake task or anything like that, and it's going to remove them. Then what I did is I said, okay, take those and merge in event and event slug, because we use event slug inside of the actual objects. Then we say at talk equals options lightning talks, and that all stays the same. The only change is I went from attributes to ATTRs as part of the refactoring. So I'm going to say yes to that. Next, I have extracted out ensure file exists so that it matches the others much closer. What we do is if the file doesn't exist at all, we're going to call template videos.yaml videos file path, and that's just going to take that template and copy it over. Honestly, we could probably use something simpler than template, like copy, but I'm still using template. All right, and so we removed talk template from this method, and we moved it down here. So when we want to add a talk to the file, the first thing we do is we go through it and we see if there's an empty array at the very top. If so, we remove it. And we replace it with a new line and a dash dash dash. We could easily remove this new line in order to just get dash 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 and append below it, but that's where it is right now. All right, so the next thing we do is we check, and if the ID that we got from the talk exists in the file already, then what we do is we say existing talk with ID blank has been found, and we're updating it. We say that in yellow, and then we update the talk, which we'll look at in a minute. Next, what we do is we say, hey, if I'm adding a new one, I want to use the talk template, either the option, if it's a lightning talk, then I want to use the lightning talk template, and if it's a regular talk, I want to use the regular talk template. And then I'm going to say appending new talk with ID talk, and I'm going to say that in green. Say yes to that one. And then we have our private method. Now, in all of the Thor rake tasks and stuff, all of the public methods automatically get called by default. And I don't want that to happen. I want this to be like a private method that gets called only when we ask for it. So that's what's happening here is I have this update talk, and I have this document equals static video files new video file path. That's using the static videos file class, which is a wrapper around Yerba. And we're going to say, hey, I want you to find the talk with this ID And then I want you to update them, and I want you to save the document. Then we're gonna just say that we updated it in green so we get some output. We'll say yes to that. Now we're getting to the actual changes. So if the talk description is blank, and this is why we removed the default, is because we want to change what this looks like. We're gonna say description blank to do. Otherwise, we're gonna pass the description and we're gonna use optimize indentation, which is something that exists in Rails to help us make sure that the indentation is consistent even if it's got multiple lines in it. So I'm gonna say yes to that. Next we have our file changes. So there were a lot of these. The first of which is, what we're gonna do is we're gonna change the structure of this. So we're gonna say videos file path, we're gonna get the path, and then we're gonna say eliminate validated file. So what this is gonna do is it's going to delete the file if it exists. Then it's gonna run the generator. Then it's gonna assert that these values match, and this is all inside the block. Then we're gonna go back to the eliminate validated file block, and we're gonna validate the file, and then we're gonna delete it. All right, so that one is creating our minimum videos.yaml with valid YAML. My goal with these is to make sure that if you pass the minimum possible values, we still generate a valid file. So in this case, we're only providing the event series and the event. And what's gonna happen is we're gonna get a title talk by to do, a description that's a to do, a kind that's a talk, and a language of English. We're gonna continue on. We're gonna create a maximum videos.yaml with valid YAML. This one is going to check to make sure that all of the values that we're passing are respected and show up in the template. So we've got our title, our description, our kind, our language, our date, and our speakers. And all of these are different from the default, so that we can go through here and we can check to make sure when we add that file, everything matches. Again, our eliminate validated file here is going to make sure we delete it before we start the test and delete it once the test is over. So this next one, we want to update videos.yaml if called twice. This is the big thing that we want to do with the generators. We want to be able to mutate things. So we're going to come in, we're going to call it with RubyConf 2026. Let's see, we're gonna run it again with RubyConf 2026. We're gonna keep the same custom ID. The title in this one is Keynote Jane Doe and the speaker is Jane Doe. The keynote for this one is Talks About Talks. So what I wanna see here is I do not wanna see the old title. I do wanna see the new title. I wanna make sure my ID and my speaker all stay the same and we're only updating the attributes that changed. All right, so this next one, we're gonna go through here and we're gonna update all of these. We're gonna update all of these. This one is appending to videos.yaml we've called with different details. So here we're calling it 3 times and we should end up with 3 different talks. Now we're gonna find the event series from static event if not provided, good. Creates minimum lightning talk entry when lightning talks option is true, that's all good. Creates maximum lightning talk entry when lightning talks option is true. So this is really just making sure that our lightning talks work the same way as our regular talks. They give us the same values. And then right here is our block that we've been talking about called eliminate validated file. What we're gonna do is we're gonna pass in a file. It's gonna delete the file if it exists. It's gonna do yield. This is what all of our tests have been. All of our tests have been inside this block. And that would be this block right here. So it's gonna run all of these in that yield. And then at the end, it's gonna validate that file path and make sure that it passes the schema. And then it's gonna delete it. If we take a look, this is the validate talk. It looks at schema, validator schema, array.new, file path, and it validates it. And that's just gonna check that it passes the validations. Then it's gonna say, hey, if there are any errors, make sure it doesn't conform to schema. Now, what I wanna do, and I'm hoping to do this fairly soon, is continue to take all of the validators that are relevant to video files and then place them here and call all of them so that I can make sure that anything that I generate with my generators matches all of our validations. So that's gonna be some ongoing work. Okay, that looked great. And I'm gonna say yes, I want all of those changes. Now, if I do a status, which is 1, we should see none of this is staged, all of this is staged, none of this is staged, and all of this is staged, which is pretty much exactly what we want to see. I'm going to do Q for quit, see git commit -m update talk generator. You know what, I'm just going to do git commit, and it's going to open up the file for me. That way I can do update talk generator. Better tests. Fewer flakes. Locally. Then I'm gonna say better defaults in, let's see, talk/lightning talk. What else did I do? Did I do anything else that was useful? Oh, updates with Yerba. Updates with Yerba instead of regex. Excellent. Deep breath. More detailed assertions. That looks good. I think that's everything. Oh, I'm so fat. Micro says I got some more Yerba changes coming that might make this easier in the future. Yay! You're stuck in my dress. Now you're not stuck in my dress. Okay, that looks good. X. I wouldn't say this one was hard. This one's literally just existing talk key value. This is like my easiest experiment with Yerba yet. Okay, now we're going to use this to update all of the Kansai Ruby talks. Let's talk about how we do that. So this is the thing that I'm kind of building up towards. No. No. Don't do that. So what I want to be able to do is I want to be able to write a little template. Copy. Not copy relative path. Just copy. There we go. Rename. Kansai. RubyConf. Yay. Let me come over here. This way. Kansai RubyConf. Let me copy relative path. This one. Events log. Is this one. So what I want to be able to do is I want to be able to lay out like the details of this thing. Okay, I don't need to put new venue info in there. That's already there. Sponsors info is already there. I need talks. Talks. Title. Speaker. Sometimes kind is relevant, sometimes it isn't. Sometimes language is relevant, sometimes it isn't. Sometimes date is relevant, sometimes it isn't. Yep. All right. So in this case, title, speaker, language is relevant. I do like to kind of grab all of the ones that are like the big ones. You know what I mean? Let me go to this one. All right, so we have a keynote. In this case, original language is important. dash dash dash. Oh, I'm not even done with all the stuff yet. So what I use this template for is collecting all of the information that I need to pipe to the AI, because I forget all of the fields that I need to supply, and I need like a little reminder. But I actually, now that I think about it, have not handled everything in our to-do list today yet. So I need to do that first. So this one's deferred. E. This one is handled. No, RX. Good. This one needs to be added. And these are all stretch goals. Stretch goal. Arshad says, hi, hello. Nowadays in interviews, does employers still ask coding questions even though AI can do most coding work? Yes. In fact, Claude hiring. Claude, like Anthropic, has a guide on, let's see, the interview process. Can I get feedback? Can I reapply? What's your remote work policy? Yeah. Our policy for using AI in our application process. This is one of my favorites. I love this so much. Claude talks about how you should use AI, and one of the things they say is during the take-home assessment, complete these without Claude unless we indicate otherwise. We'd like to access your unique skills and strengths. We'll be clear when AI is allowed. Example, you may use Claude for this coding challenge. So even Claude is the one, like even Anthropic is like, no, you can't use AI to do your coding work. TV Josh says, how will you verify if the AI code is correct? Yeah. Phantom Glitch says, hey Chill, I'm running into an issue. I was just going through the motions of the PR and tried to open the local version. Long story short, something wonky. I left a message in the code channel in Discord if you have any ideas what I've done wrong. Was it an issue with migrations? Are all of these the same? Is this a one-day event? Here's the schedule. Yes, this is a one-day event. Perfect. Mwah. Yay. Okay, so here's what I like to do. I like to translate to English. No! No, don't do this to me! There we go. Okay, so this confirms to me that all of this is the description. This is this. Hang on. I need to do the thing. I need to do speakers and usage. I need to do multi-line description, example, and usage. And then all of these are deferred. All of these are deferred. One of the things I wanted to do in the talk is I wanted to go through each of the speakers and check if they're like in there, and if they're not, add them. But also, like, I don't want to say like, hey, give me the speaker and the GitHub and all of the details for the speaker inside of the generator. Although sometimes I do just grab the GitHub and pass it. Okay, so let me do this really quick. Usage talks. This generator creates a new video entry in videos.yaml for an unpublished talk. It will create the file if one does not exist, add a new talk to the file if the file does exist, and update the existing talk if the ID matches. If you do not have data for a value, omit the parameter. The generator will always produce a valid entry with default values for missing parameters. To create a talk for the event Blue Ridge Ruby 2026 with only a title, your first open source contribution, for the speaker Rachel Wright Munn, use the following command. Bin Reels generate talk, event, Blue Ridge Ruby, title, your first open source contribution, speaker, Rachel Wright Munn. Arshad said one very silly question, but it would help someone like me. How do you maintain patience in a corporate job and don't get angry if working in a project where you don't see yourself getting improved career-wise? That's hard. That's honestly, I get frustrated and angry, but not by like career improvement. I get frustrated just because I'm like, I do not like the direction we're going and I don't have faith in it. Phantom glitches, no, but I did run into that. Seems to have gone away. Marco is helping, it's okay. Aw, yay, I'm glad. Okay. I will say a part of the reason that I don't get frustrated when I don't see myself improving career-wise is because I do open source contributions. I go build things and I improve my skills outside of my company and outside of my work because I feel like at work they like give you a project. This is the thing I want you to do. Oftentimes it's been planned and organized by somebody else. You know, you're not necessarily doing the research and the problems that you're facing are so expansive that it's hard to deal with them. So what I like to do is I like to do open source contributions like these generators. I have learned so much from them. I've learned a lot from like learning how to upgrade Ruby, learning how to upgrade Rails. Like there's so many opportunities. I haven't done those things. Let me back that one up. I have learned a lot about dev containers and Docker. I haven't upgraded Ruby and Rails though. Maybe I have. I did for Hunters Keepers. I did for Meet Another Day. That was the last time I did that. So yeah, I guess having an open source project allowed me to try that. Yeah, with Lobsters, I only worked on ensuring that we had a GitHub action to update things like that. But like, I learned about, hang on. I learned about how GitHub actions worked completely from open source. TV Josh says, in which country do you work? Arshad says India. Arshad says, is it possible to earn part-time doing open source contributions? I don't recommend trying to do that because it is very challenging. And if you start with the expectation that you will be compensated for the work that you do, those expectations will probably not be met. However, people do make money doing open source, but it's very rare and it's very few. You could go look for like bug bounties and things like that, but those have been drying up a lot because of AI. Twitch Titty says open source is infamous for being impossible to monetize. There are a few people who do make money off of it, but it is very rare. It is very far in between. And I would say even the cases where that does happen, it does not meet the amount of work and energy that you pour into it. TV Josh says the corporate culture there could be significantly different. Phantom Glitch says, would it be that you get frustrated at bad management decisions? I tend to get more frustrated at that than I do at the work thing, because again, I'm growing through that, and I will say that like I am growing through open source, and that does benefit my career. Like I am seeing the benefits from the things that I have learned and the things that I have done. To create a lightning talk for Ruby Community Conference Winter Edition 2026 with Doom, use this command, kind lightning talk. This will create a lightning talk entry. If you need to add a lightning talk block where the lightning talks have not been defined, you would do bin Rails G. Update data slash RubyConf 2026. Yep, this one. Copy relative path. Usage. So we'll say this will create or update. This will create or update. Example. I think the thing that I needed to correct for all of these was that these all say speaker. And they need to say speakers. Yeah. If you need to add to create an empty lightning talk block. To create an empty lightning talk block. Let's see. Run this. This will create or update. This will create or update. No, I could have sworn I already did that. Okay. Speakers. 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 Let's see. And I wanted to do a multi-line one. To create a multi-line description. To create a keynote with a multi-line description. And Rails G space. Are you not working? You should do the thing. You have next edit. I'm trying to get it to fill out the thing for me. Because I'm like, we're right here. You know what I mean? Let me look at this and see if I have one. There we go. Title, keynote, colon, microphone, boop, dash dash, description. I'll just go swipe this. Dink. Control V. No! I'm gonna burn up all the tokens. Tab. Keynote. No, kind. Do slash. And then the description is just like obnoxious. Yep. Alright, so that covers this. Yes. Okay. I might do like a warning if a speaker's not found. This one. A pipe. TV Josh says, I think of bad management decisions more as them optimizing decisions based on how they are rewarded by their superiors. Even that I would understand. Okay, and we'll go back to this one. Speaker, language, Japanese, original language. That's going to be this title. And then I need to add a description because some of them have them. TV Josh says, just like when other devs seem lazy and make bad decisions. You're like, oh, maybe they were like busy at that time. Yeah, that's fair. Sometimes I think that too. Maybe I go ahead and teach it how to do things in Japanese. I wonder if it'll get it. I'm gonna go ahead and open GitHub Copilot, get it to try. Hey, thank you for following, Zarita Zonga. So, my whole goal with the generators and everything else is to make it easier for contributors, but also easier for the robots to go in here and make these updates for me. Please use login to sign in to use Copilot. Login. GitHub. Says I'm waiting for the point when we start publicly shaming vibe coders. It's a new level of lazy dev. I feel like that has already happened. I feel like that is already happening as well. Options here. Copilot is not working. I can commit this and then give it all of these values as an issue. That might be the way to do it. Because we don't have the thing. Add first talk of Kansai Ruby Kaigi and speaker. Oh. Yes. Yes. No. And then D, don't include anything in this file. Then we're gonna do git commit -pm, and I'm gonna say update usage instructions for TalkGenerator and update usage instructions for TalkGenerator. And what was the other thing that I saw in there? Oh, and add talk template. Let me, before I move forward with this, let me think about this really quick. Okay, so I have title, speaker language, original language. Most of the time, these are the ones that I need. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Most of the time, these are the ones that I need. Yes. Yes. None of these. Okay. Git push. Come on. Come on. Make it out. You've got the Git credentials. No! Make it out. Come on. Please, 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 please. These dev containers always fight me. They always fight me. These ports. Vite. Majestic Max says rip GitHub. I swear, it's like, ah! Alt click. Alright, I'm gonna hold, what? Oh, hang on. It went to the wrong one. Alright, I'm gonna go. Twitch2D says, GitHub down. I guess it's another weekday ending in day. No, I don't think it's that. I think it's... Is it GitHub down? I don't think it's GitHub down. No, GitHub's fine. It's just I'm not... Actually, that might be perfect. Hang on. I come over here to Opera. And I paste this. Ooh, I am logged in. Perfect. Okay, let me try this again. GHauth login. GitHub, HTTPS, login with a web browser. Come on. No, page not found! I wouldn't have the code anyway! Micro says, I just saw there's this note in the contributing about the GitHub auth. Okay, let me go see. Let me go see the notes I left for myself about the GitHub auth. That's Yerba. Toad. Contributing. Getting started. I didn't get that error. I'll try it. But yeah, I've tried that. I think it's just not escaping at all. Yeah, because it's not coming back with like a code or anything. Boo. Minecraft says, oh, the dev container can't open your browser from there. It's not even that, because I'm not getting the code. So I tried opening it in my browser and refreshing the page that it will be on. Actually, right now it looks like it does not have access because it's fetching origin and it's not getting anything. It looks like right now it's not able to access anything outside of the dev container. Which doesn't make sense because I did a git fetch at the beginning of the stream. Minecraft says, but at that point it usually would open your browser. Yeah, but I already opened the browser page in Opera and in Brave. It doesn't have to open the page because it would give me the code. And if you look, it's not able to get fetch right now. Yeah. Hang on. Is there a GitHub outage? Looking better. Sparkwood says, can you do a quick ping on github.com? Also, thank you for following Greg Codes. Yeah. Ping. github.com. No. Thank you for following Sparkwood. And Upsol says, chill, broke the dev container. Must be another day ending in Y. Honestly, yeah. Hang on. How to ping. I typed ping. What is this? What is Brave protecting me from? 6 trackers. Ping. Kiss Killer says probably the HTTPS www part that was missing. I think ping is for Windows. And this is Windows subsystem for Linux. And this ping command not found is how I know that it's not the HTTPS. I'm gonna try traceroute, even though that's... Okay, traceroute not found. Okay, what is the Linux one? Adeptsoul says use curl or winjet instead. Or get instead. Your dev container does not have ping installed. Phantom Glitch says today has been an odd one. I'm doing my first PR and I poured my partner an actual horn of Pepsi. I would like a picture of the horn of Pepsi. Kiss Killer says, oh, it is ping. You just need to install IP tools or some package. Let me try curl. Curl. GitHub.com. I mean, I thought the git, whatever would work. You probably don't have that network utils package. Yeah, probably not. Noob404 says hi. Hi! Kiss Killer says ping is cross-platform. I probably do not have that. Okay, could not resolve host, github.com. Curl is a good one. OpenDNS. Curl. Am I doing this right? Let's just work. Just magically resolve every single issue you've had up until this point and just work. Kiss Killer says, why are you curling DNS addresses? They don't return HTML content. Try to curl www.google.com. Sparkwood says, I'm continuing my Rust learning journey today myself. Ooh, that's exciting. curl. I'm trying Google. And I can run multiples. Aw, I could not resolve host. Aw, Horn of Pepsi is in Discord. Yes. DNS is broken, typical. Given that it failed to resolve what github.com was, your dev container isn't getting any network traffic at all. I think that's true. I don't know what to do about that. Allow network traffic, Docker. View details. Allow settings. Can I do that? No. Okay. Logs. Inspect. Bind mounts. Stats. Files. Why can't you? Kiss Killer says curl https www.google.com. Adepsol says restart the container. Nightmare Joker 2 says Docker is running on your computer. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Here's the curl https www.google.com. It's still running. I restart it. What if it dies? What if it doesn't come back? Unstable Data says check etc resolve.conf to see what DNS servers you have. Try restarting the host network service. I think y'all are overestimating my abilities. Micro Ross says, have you tried ditching dev containers? Have you tried doing Ruby development on Windows without them? / etc / resolve.conf. Generated by Docker Engine, this file can be edited. Docker Engine will not make further changes once it has been modified. Name server 127.0.0.11. Based on host file, host overrides option and dots from internal. Phantom Glitch says you don't need Windows, just run a VM. They are very reliable. Noob44 says IP route should show the route table, which might help. That would be opening command prompt as admin, then running the netstop HNS and netstart HNS. Micro says you could use WSL without dev containers. That sounds so painful, and then code spaces wouldn't work. Okay, I'm gonna try this one. IP route. Not found. I am going to restart the WSL container first. I'm gonna restart the container first. Close remote connection. Ooh, hang on. Containers. No, go away. Okay. I'm gonna stop this. I'm gonna shut it down. It looks like that container has no network access at all. I did a git fetch at the beginning of stream. I did a git fetch at the beginning of stream, and I pulled in your changes from like yesterday. Or you can open services from the start menu, find the host network service, and restart it from there. If I restart the host network service, is that gonna affect the stream? The only other option that reliably recovers network connectivity in WSL and Docker, which runs inside of WSL, is to reboot. Twitch TD. Closing time. You don't need to go home, but your Docker containers won't start again. Sparkwood says, what dev container are you using? I made a custom one. If you do that, all WSL instances temporarily lose network connectivity. Otherwise, DNS queries will try and hit 127.0.0.x from etc. resolve conf. You could try setting that to name server 1.1.1.1 to see if that's able to resolve. Rules out network issues versus local DNS.resolving. Margaret says, good thing is the Docker desktop has no... now has EI built in, so you can debug all the Docker issues. Well, right now it's not stopping. I'm gonna go to services. No, I typed it wrong. Services. Services. Find the host network service. I'm scared. Are y'all still there? Okay. I think it ran. It says running. I just restarted it, so I hope it did something. Nightmare Joker says, yes, nothing happened. It just is BMs to WSL. Noob 104 says, I see you! Okay, good. Ragmat says, have you tried turning it off again? I'm still here. Actually, yes, I did. And it doesn't want to turn off. Which is a problem that I often have with Docker. Which is kind of wild. Okay, I'm gonna try reopening it. Connecting to dev container. Let's show the log. Setting up container for folder or workspace. Review events. Check Docker is running. Run and host Docker version. Macaroth says this is the weekly Docker ritual. I know. I know. I want it to work. I don't know why it has such a hard time with this. My work phone. Nightmare Joker says Docker containers not stopping is kind of iffy. This has actually happened before. Phantom Glitch says, while that is happening, you could look at the horn to make your day better. I could. Let me see. Okay, I'm gonna go general code lore next generation open source version control. We got some docs here. Live notifications. Where do I find the horn? Real life? Oh! Wow. This is majestic. Hang on, let me... There we go. Look at this! It's a literal horn of Pepsi. Amazing. Nightmare Joker 2 says, it happened before! Docker kill time? Maybe, I don't know. It's kind of stuck. Closed remote connection. Okay, let's try this. I'm gonna open it in WSL. Downloading server. That's not promising. Sparkwood says, what's going on with lore? My current weekly accession. This was just the last thing I saw on my Discord. Nightmare Joker says, I vote tearing down both the Docker service and WSL and then restarting there. Regmet says, that is promising. So the thing is, I have all of my changes from today in WSL somewhere, and I would like them. I would like them. I don't want to lose them. I would like them to come back. Oh, Sparkwood says, oh yeah, Laura's Epic's new game dev version control system. It's open source Git for game dev. Very fun. Okay. Git status. Ooh, that's promising. Those are all of my files. I'm on TalkGenerator commits. Git push. Git push. Git push. Adepsol says, chill codes, do you have the repo locally as well? I have it in WSL. Unable to access chill codes review events, could not resolve host github.com. This one, no. Rugman says, I think your WSL is poor. Nightmare Jagger says, well then I hope you didn't save them in the immutable part of a Docker container because that's gone after a restart. It is. So I have a bind mount volume to the WSL location. Rugmat says, you probably have ping now. Phantom Glitch says, I love the premise of lore. My concern is it's maintained by Epic Games. I think that's fair. Let's try ping github.com. Oh, it pinged! It pinged. It is pinging. Did it ping? Regman says, that's why we use bind mounts. That is why we use bind mounts. TwitchD says, try Stack Overflow a this. Adepsol says, you only have the repo in WSL? That's dangerous. Well, I'm not going to put it in Windows. Are you kidding me? Noob404 says, well, that managed to resolve github.com. Okay. Control C. That looks like it's doing the thing that it's supposed to do, I'm guessing. What is your bind mount? You might be able to CD to there and push from that folder. That's the folder I'm currently in. I'm in the bind mount folder. TwitchD says, never mind, ignore my link. It was DNS related, but looks like DNS is working. Well, if it's inside WSL, you can just open a terminal, go to the menu top right, and open the shell of whatever distro is your default and access it from there too. Maybe. Can I do this? It can reach GitHub. It does not want to auth login. Let me try. Yeah. Error connecting to GitHub. Can I get fetch? Does git pull work now? Otherwise, ping and git are doing DNS in different ways. Or git push. Adepsol says shellcode's the bind mounted folder on your local machine, not the container. So here's what I have. Windows. Hang on, let me turn towards you. Windows. WSL. Dev container. The dev container is bound to WSL. In WSL, I can potentially copy the entire folder out. I would not like to do that though. Could not resolve host github.com. So I can't fetch. Sparkwood says, oh nice, you fixed the domain resolution stuff. this is not the error, so I don't think it's gonna work. But Sparkwood says I might have spoke too soon. Yeah, I don't get it. It says could not resolve host, but then here it's able to ping it. Adeptsoul says open WSL in terminal, CD to the bounded folder, and push from there. That is where we currently are. Do you see this right here? This is the WSL folder, and this right here is the folder that's bind mounted. Oh my god. Okay. What do I do now? Rugmat says open start menu, type WSL settings, and look under networking. Okay. I'm gonna do host github.com. We'll tell you if DNS is working or not. Okay. And then WSL settings. Oh, it can't find the host. Oh, host is not installed. Okay. I am looking for WSL settings. Okay. I didn't know this existed. Open. Oh no, that doesn't seem right. Hang on. WSL settings. Yes. You. Okay, here we go. Processor count. How many logical processors to assign to the WSL2 VM? Okay. Okay. Networking. Specifies the networking mode for WSL. NAT mirrored Virtio proxy. Hyper-V firewall enabled. Enables Hyper-V firewall, which allows the Windows firewall rules as well as rules specific to Hyper-V traffic to filter WSL network traffic. Off. Ignored ports. Only available when WSL2 networking mode is set to mirrored, which it's not. Enable localhost forwarding. Boolean specifying if ports bound to wildcard or localhost in the WSL2 VM should be connectable from the host via localhost port. Yes. Only applicable when WSL2 networking mode is set to mirrored. Nightmare Joker says just open a terminal, run WSL-L-V to list your distros, then WSL-T name for the ones that are running, and then WSL shutdown and then start it again. The settings are fine. Regmat says these look fine. We didn't look through all of them. DNS tunneling enabled. DNS proxy. This is one. Boolean to inform WSL to configure the DNS server in Linux to the NAT on the host. Setting defaults will mirror DNS servers from Windows to Linux. Use best effort DNS parsing. Only applicable when WSL2 DNS tunneling is set to true. Okay, Adeptsoul says restart WSL's DNS manager, sudo systemctl restart, systemd resolved. Noom404 says, by the way, what does curl-v? Okay. We're gonna do these in the likelihood that it will break something. Order. Curl dash v https://www.github.com. Least likely to break something. Next least likely to break something, I think. Sudo systemctl restart systemd resolved. It worked at the beginning of stream, I swear. Okay, so there's the curl, and it succeeded. Noob404 says, oh, it worked! Yes. That surprised you, but it did not surprise me because the ping found it. Sudo password for chill. What is my password? Is it... Yeah! Noom404 says, so curl can connect fine, but not Git? Ping. I mean, this one worked before. It's taking a long time. Temporary failure in name resolution. You broke it! Ping worked before and now it's broken. It is rather slow at resolving. Maybe that's the issue. There's a timeout somewhere. Close remote connection. Okay. Now we try PowerShell. Yes. I did say least likely to most likely to break something. Okay. Okay, IP config flush DNS. IP config / flush DNS. Successfully flushed the DNS resolver cache. So I guess now I try and reopen it. I'm gonna try reopening the dev container. Please. Please. Pretty please. Pretty please. Please work. You could work. That is an option you have available to you. At any given time, you could just choose to work because you worked at the beginning of stream. If you think about it and you search inside yourself and your heart, you can decide to work. This is still trying to stop. Noob says, what does etc. resolve conf contain again? Is there a timeout set there? Okay, so here's the thing. I can technically access WSL here. And I can cat / etc. / resolve.conf. Was the E too hard? It has nothing in it now. It used to have things in it, but now it doesn't have anything in it. You can CD into the WSL directly from PowerShell. CD wsl.localhost Ubuntu. Replace Ubuntu with whatever distro you have. Karume says, I just got here. Don't know what I expected, but this feels like a software dev begging the computer to work. I made all of my changes and I committed them and I thought I did a good job, and then I couldn't push my changes. I couldn't push my changes using Git. I'm using WSL and dev containers, and at the beginning of stream it worked and now it doesn't. And I didn't change anything between those. Let's see, it's WSL, there's nothing interesting in there because the content of the file is generated by WSL in startup. Need Linux subsystem for Windows so you don't have to emulate your network problems. After you CD into the WSL directory, if Git is installed locally, you should be able to push there. I only use it inside WSL. I don't think I have Git installed locally. What about commenting the name server line in etc. resolve.conf and replacing it with nameserver 1.1.1.1? A known working resolver. This isn't even started. We flushed the DNS cache. This is doing nothing. I'm gonna close the remote connection here, and I'm gonna try opening the WSL one. Okay, let's try this. Please. I don't even know, to be fully frank with you, I don't even know for sure that I have Git installed here. Okay. Git That's not gonna help me. I'm gonna do git fetch. Wait, what? Wait, what? Okay, hang on. Git status. This is the correct one. Git push. It did a git fetch and it didn't say anything. Regmat says, ta-da! TTD says, it's alive. It hasn't pushed yet. Oh, wait, no, wait, that's the right one. That's the right one. That's the right one. I have a command for that one. Hang on. I have a command for that one. Praying worked. Praying to the computer worked. Okay, I did that. GH auth login GitHub HTTPS. It worked! Yay! That's fine. Continue. Code. Continue. Yes. Yes. Ha 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 ha. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's me. That's my multi-auth. It worked. I'm authed. I'm authed. Ooh. Otherwise, you could also just commit and then get a diff file via git show. That sounds like I have multiple commits. I just want this to work. Please. Pretty please. 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 Please let me get push. Hang on. Wait a second. Maybe this is the other thing. Adepsol says, I highly recommend having the dev container bind mount the source from your local machine instead of WSL going forward. That way you don't lose your changes if WSL works itself next time. Okay, so here's the thing. If I do that, I will have to deal with all of the Linux to Windows file updates because Windows and Linux use different file endings and different file formats. Nightmare Jugger says just try it again. I know, but I need to open this first. No, I need to open this first. And then I run this. And then I say this, and this, and this. Then I copy this, and then I go back over here, and I paste this, and I click continue, and I say yes, and then it says I'm now connected. Did that work? Then I hit this. No. I did. Ah! Yes! Okay. Git push. Please? Pretty please? Please. Hi, Timbadet. Please. Oh, hello. Hello, Timbadet and friends. Hi, nice to meet you. I have just been having a ton of issues with getting Git to work and load. Let me show you a little bit about what I did today. Hi friends, nice to see you. Tim, what were you up to on your channel? Hi, hello. Octolites, it sounds like success in here. Yeah, y'all are officially my Lucky Charms. Rugman says you just had to say please. Getting Git to work, yes. Jim Badit says, oh, we had a ton of issues too, including so many Git conflicts. Ugh. Let me talk about what we're doing. So I work on a site. This is a terrible explanation. Let me back up. Bring it together. This is Ruby Events. Ruby Events is a site that aims to index all Ruby events, past, present, and future. Now, all of our events are tracked using YAML files. I don't know if I have YAML files here. I don't. That's my favorite part of this. Okay, that's gonna be fun. Let's do this. Videos.yaml. Here we go. This one's empty. Ah! Videos.yaml. Let's get a 2026 one. 2026. There we go. Here is one talk in this videos.yaml. I want to make it easier to generate these files. Partly I want to make it easier to generate files for humans, but I also want to make it easier to generate files for AI. The thing is, when we create these files and we commit them, I need to be able to create a commit based on a form entry or something, and that's actually kind of hard to do because typically a commit needs to have an author associated with it. So the author that I'm looking for is, let me click back around here. Copilot. Is this the right one? Nope, that's contributing. Is this the right one? Nope, that's a person complaining about how Copilot doesn't assign screenshots and then getting responded to with obviously AI replies. Okay. That's Yerba, which we're using under the hood in order to build this, and that's more Yerba. Great. No, that's super fun. Nightmare Joker says the author is chill. That would be nice. That'd be nice. Anyway, so what I want to be able to do is have Copilot generate these for me, and I'm doing updates and changes to these every time I work on them to improve them. And that's what we've been working on today. And we were just getting to the part where I could go in here and say hey, here's the talk generator, and here's the updates I made to it, and here's the PR. And it was fun. It was painful. And then I couldn't push inside my dev container, so we had to go out of the dev container. And now we're back. That's fun. Tim says, but we did a solid 14 hours of progress. Yay! 14-hour streams are a lot. Yeah, sometimes I'll do a 6 to 8 hour one, but 14 hours is a lot. What were you working on in your stream? Adepsol. Okay, so Adepsol really wants me to use a bind mount from Docker to my Windows machine, and I don't want to do it because Adepsol says your editor and Git can handle the different file endings. Git can convert the file endings on push. I do not trust that because Git could not handle connecting and committing my changes today. All right, so let's add a description here for what I'm doing today. We made a couple of different changes to the talk generator. So we have better tests, better defaults, and we update with Yerba instead of regex. So up here, we're gonna say updates to talk generator. I'm gonna paste those. And then we're gonna scroll down and kind of look at the rest of this. We also updated the user usage instructions. Update usage to handle multi-line, multi-paragraph descriptions. And what was the other one that we added? And speakers instead of speaker. Yay! Testing steps, bin, Rails, G, talk. Normally I put more details in there, like an example of one, but yeah. The other thing we did is we added the first of the Kansai Ruby Kaigi videos. So let's include that. Let's include that as a separate heading. Added first talk of Kansai Ruby Kaigi. Adepsol says, I understand if you don't want to try it. Not sure I'd blame Git for the issue today though, lol. Yeah, I think the issue today was WSL. But yeah, I think it's helpful to know that that could be an issue. Creator update to create an empty lightning talk block. default English, speakers title, speakers to do. Thank you for following Just Ben UK. Sorry, I'm still really flustered by the fact that like it happens every single time, but like in the middle of me like fighting Docker, fighting WSL, finally getting my PR out there at a 65% rate. I was definitely sitting here like, yes, finally it connects, and then I look over and I'm like, oh, hello strangers, welcome, nice to meet you. Yeah, and then these are all of the test updates that we did, including the new eliminate validated file block that will delete to ensure that we've got a clean test environment, validate that the talk file is correct, and then delete once it's done. Sweet. That looks good. I think what I'm gonna try and do is I'm gonna take a minute and I'm gonna try and reopen in container. So we were previously having some issues where this container exists and we couldn't really stop it. But I do want to see if we manage to connect. Especially since we're running CI right now. And then what I kind of want to do after that is I want to see if we can add all of the Kansai RubyKaigi talks. So in this one, it's doing run and host, Docker version, format, JSON. I'm not sure if this is further than it used to get. This looks really familiar. Because right here it looks like it's trying to get my Docker version. The other thing I can do while this is running is I can go ahead and create the agent session. I don't want that. I think I'm going to make an issue for this one. And this is going to be add Kansai RubyKaigi. Let me look. 9 talks. So I can do this either through the issue or I can do it through an agent session. Because we're kind of in an intermediary state where like I haven't actually made the commit to the TalkGenerator yet. Although none of the things, oh no, the description defaults are different. Yeah, I think the description default is the only one. Description. Add talks to Kansai RubyKaigi 09 slug is, and I'll just put the slug there. So let's look at what it currently has. And my guess is that this is not running right now. Because BinDev's been taken down? Yep, that's right. Okay, so we're gonna do Kansai RubyKaigi 09. There we go. And as you can see, right now it has 0 talks. We added 1 in the last one. So I'll just go through here and add them all to the thing. All right, so we have our speakers, we have our schedule. Yeah, and this is the one that we were just adding. So maybe I even like close this and I open up, it should be down here in like docs, plans, standard error. Oh, that's because that's not a, there we go. All right, so this was our plan for today, and these are the deferred and the stretch goals for the generator. So one of them was like being able to add it. I think in this case, instead of having a speakers generator, we actually have a speakers file, updates with new speakers. Then we have the schedule generator updates and adding detail to the lightning talks. Adding detail to the lightning talks is a big one, but a lot of times we don't get the lightning talks until we're actually uploading the recordings. Let's see. Yeah, and this one got deferred. Oop. Permission denied. Unable to save. That's not really surprising. Up here in agents and event data, I had just started doing this one. So let's see. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so that looks like I'm just gonna grab 10. So I'm gonna do quote star 10 ink ink. And then over here. My guess is if I preview this, it's gonna break this. Oh no. Oh yeah, it did. It broke this up entirely. Yeah. And Epsol says FYI for reading later about file endings. Git basics, configuring Git to handle Git line endings. I don't want to deal with that. Especially because like I need to make most of my changes inside this. Alright, so maybe we try something like this instead because we know we're gonna have that description. Instead of having this block here. I pass in my title. I pass in my speaker. I pass in my language. And then this original language is going to be the original language title. And that's going to be this. And then I can remove all of this. And it becomes the description. Perfect. And then I think that's all I need. If I need more, I'll go back and I'll add them. Oh, I can write with Copilot. That's interesting. And let me just grab the GitHub too. I'm just gonna grab this because I'm writing the issue. Speaker, GitHub. But I don't expect it to do anything with that. I guess we'll see. Alright, so I'm gonna go back to the schedule. And as we saw, there's no more start date. Alright, so this is definitely the title. Can't use the MD. Let's see. Not you. Ooh, okay, so no errors. That's promising. Okay, I'm gonna double check this review. I think I'm okay with this for most of the talks. That looks good. Yeah, I'm happy with this. I'm gonna double check my bin lint to see if there's anything I didn't notice in the checks. So let's see. I have no annotations on this. In the lint, I have 1 warning and 10 notices. Let's see. None of these are really related to my changes. Yep, all of these are herb linter checks. Perfect. That's what I like to see. All right, I'm gonna merge it. Squash and merge. TalkGenerator updates. Squash and merge. Beautiful. Delete branch. All right, so now what I can do is I can kind of like side by side this one. So if I go here, click here, bring this over here. Well, hello, Noeno. Welcome. Noeno, what are you doing today? This is not what I want. I want both of these side by side. Oh, well, that's close enough. All right, Warm Learn, redeem stretch. Well, now seems like a good time for it. All right, so we're gonna do sitting exercises from the NHS. Now we're gonna start with the chest stretch. The stretch is good for posture. You wanna sit upright and away from the back of the chair. You wanna pull your shoulders back and down and extend your arms out to the side. Neilano says, hello, dinner now, but was streaming some math study beforehand. Ooh, that sounds exciting. All right, now I want you to gently push your chest forward and up until you feel a stretch across your chest, and then you're gonna hold for 5 to 10 seconds and repeat 5 times. Are you ready? Do it with me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhale and release. Breathe in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhale and release. Breathe in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhale and release. Breathe in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhale and release. Breathe in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and release. Ooh, that felt nice. Sometimes that one like gets me a little bit because it's got that shoulder stretch, but this time it was pretty good. Let me tell you a little bit about what I'm working on. So, I am a member of the maintainer team for Ruby Events. Here is the full summary of it. Now, on Ruby Events, we aim to index all Ruby events, past, present, and future. Warm Learn says, thanks for the exercise and stretch. Thank you for the channel point redemption. Now, all of these events are backed by YAML files. So, in this case, Kansai videos.yaml09. This is the only record that we currently have for this. Now, one of the challenges with YAML files is that we can't update them with like database calls or webhooks or anything like that because we really need a commit in the project in order to store these. One of the ways I've been looking at doing that is using agents, because agents take a description of the thing and go and turn it into the thing, into a commit. Let's see. Phantom Glitch says, I'm starting to realize I need a new chair. Having been sitting on a 65-pound IKEA for the last 3 years, my back is feeling it. Yeah, they do that. And so, what I'm working on is testing that system out. So I've been working on this for a while now. Let me see. Here we go. I've been testing this out for a while now, and so what I want to be able to do is take one of these, and today is kind of like hard mode because obviously Kansai RubyConf is one of our Japanese events, which makes it a little trickier for me to work on, but that's a good test for the generators. But yeah, I've built these scripts called generators based on the Rails generators that will go and generate these files for me. And so, yeah, we're gonna put all this data into an issue, send it off, and see what happens. All right, so this one is our original language. And then we have the description. Hang on. This is the description. Their descriptions are so long. Okay. We're gonna put that one in there. And then our speaker, in this case. There we go. And then speaker GitHub. So we use GitHub as a unique identifier across the site. And yeah, aim to be PG. That's my goal in adding these. All right, so that's the original language. Now I'll go ahead and translate it. So here's the trick. We use the title in order to generate the slug, which is why, and like the problem with the slugs is the slugs filter everything out. Yeah, the slugs filter everything out that's not like a Latin character, or I'm not sure exactly what the right terminology is, but yeah, it filters all of those out. And so we run into this issue where if I use like the original Japanese, half of it gets filtered out, and like this would just have a title of like Project Naraku Onigmo, which is not like, it's not like a really good one. Yes, so that's kind of the tricky part about that. All right, so I'm gonna grab this, grab it over here, come over here, put it here. And so that's why I kind of have to use the English translations. Ideally, we would get to a place where like we're not generating these, but the organizers are. And personally, my preference for the solution for that would involve them like setting the slugs for these. But yeah, that's kind of how it goes right now. Okay, Control click. I'm gonna kind of start, yes, with this. Original language, post that. Backward Rails engine. So we try and capture as much of it in the original language as possible. But yeah, those slugs are an unsolved problem. So name here is Nori. Speaker GitHub. My guess is this is going to point out to me that we need more work on aliases inside of this. Okay. So we're going to take this, translate it to English. Torikago execution bounds for modular monoliths illuminated by RubyBox. Ooh. Now I'll come over here. Oh no, did it translate everything? I hope it didn't translate everything. It looks like it translated everything. Yeah, swapping between like translated and untranslated. So for example, this session completely in Japanese, so we wouldn't get anything from that for the slug. And one of the things that we've tried to do in the past is like some transliteration, but the challenge with the transliteration was that a lot of times it kind of like created nonsense and it couldn't translate kanji. So we would still end up with like this mixture, but it would translate the parts that it could translate, so it would just kind of make something that looked a bit gibberish. For the names, for the speaker names, if we have a slug or an alias, we can display that. For Guru. Let's see. And then, okay, the description. Copy, enter, paste. Okay, just from like the English words that I'm seeing here, this looks like it's going to be really interesting. One instruction, light the room. In one instruction, an LED lights up the room to make you breathe. Let's see. Starting at the end of 2024, Model Context Protocol will become the standard protocol for AI agents. We implemented a remote MCP server in Rails connecting the AI and LEDs. Let's see. Ruby SDK, WAUth, line login. If you've ever worked with Rails, this is a quick test. Experience the potential of Rails and AI. Interesting. Okay, let me make sure I've got the right spot here. So what I need to do next time is I need to make sure I delete all of this before I come in and I copy it again. Yeah. Enter, enter, paste. And we'll open this in a new tab. Okay. This is the new one. Delete all the values. I am curious about how the AI is going to handle this particular one, like what it's going to do with the untranslated content, if it's going to know how to handle that. Okay, and that's the same for the GitHub. Nightmare Jugger says Rails and AI. Did someone make a RailTorch gem? There's actually a lot of stuff out there for Rails and AI. I would probably look at Ruby LLM as the first thing. There are so many supporting gems for Ruby LLM. Mike Ross says agent browser is actually really good for this. I haven't, like, I'm not there yet. I haven't got it set up. Let's see. And right now, the thing I'm kind of working on is the, like, what to do once we have the values versus, like, the getting the values part of the problem. I think once we have, there we go. I think once we have the, what's the word? So when we have the Yerba update at root and I update the sponsor generator, I think that's where I'm finally going to be like, okay, I need to do this. Microsoft says, I'm forgetting the values. Right now, I don't even have access to Copilot. Remember, that didn't auth? I could probably try and install it again, but yeah, I think what I'm kind of saying is, like, I think the sponsors is probably where I'm going to start mucking around with that. Nightmare Jugger 2 says Ruby LLM, a single beautiful Ruby framework for all major AI providers. Yeah, no, that just calls an API. Yeah, but it calls all of the APIs in a consistent way. It handles Bedrock, it handles local models, it handles all of the stuff, and then what's happened is people have started building on top of it in order to build, like, observability. Like, there's the, what is it? The Ruby LLM metric. There's the, like, Ruby tribunal. There's, like, yeah. They've started doing, like, a lot with it. Okay. Move that. And that. I need to make sure I remove these first so I can make sure I'm getting the right thing. Ooh. Ruby techniques for fortune telling. But yeah, I think one of the things he talks about is the fact that most of the stuff that people are doing is just calling APIs. Okay. Good talk. Yay. Oh, that's my favorite. Okay. Here's the actual title, original language, and then here is the description. Make sure I get all of it. Enter. Command V. And then we go back up to the top, translate it to English, wait for it to translate. Illuminating the future with Ruby, techniques for implementing fortune telling. Okay. Paste. Go back up. There we go. Have you ever thought about GC's feelings? Okay. And the last one is a keynote by Hasjoy. Okay, so I only have 3 more to go. Session title. Oh, let me make sure I erase all of these values before I continue. There's the original value. Nice short description. I love short descriptions. Just give me enough to like hook me and let me understand what it's going to be about. Okay, so same name, same GitHub. And then translate to English. Have you ever thought about GC's feelings? Cool. Title, remove the speaker, this one, and original language. Okay, I'm still working. Thank you. They asked me if I want some quesadillas. She shouted down, "Mom, dinner's ready." So cute. So cute. Title. Boop. Speaker, Yuji Oku. Double check. Yes. 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 Description. I got to see like the early version of this at the lightning talks for the Ruby retreats in Australia, in New Zealand. English. There we go. Yes, excellent. Excellent. Nightmare Joker says, I didn't know you could speak Japanese. He did not speak in Japanese for the lightning talk in Australia. Let's see. Okay. I have... Yeah! Yeah! One more! And it's keynote. Yes. I love these. I love these so much. Okay. Do it in Japanese. Okay. I love these because the title is just keynote. Keynote. No description. No original language. Speaker name. And then... Perfect. Let me double check. Yes, it matches. Yes. 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 Okay. Let me scroll all the way to the top of this. I'm gonna say add talks to Kansai RubyKaigi 09. Close that. Open this. Grab this. This one. Go here. Go here. Slug is this. Add talks to Kansai RubyKaigi 09. Slug Kansai RubyKaigi 09. Here are all of the fields. Good. Good, good, good. Preview. This should make it easier for me to read. Description. All this. Title. This. All right. We're gonna see how it does. We're gonna see how it does. We're gonna see if it gets everything. We're gonna translate it. We're going to see how it does. Assign to agent. So this is auto. What are y'all thinking? Sonnet? I've got GPT 5.4. I've got Claude Sonnet 4.6. All right, I'll let y'all vote. Opus, Sonnet, or 5.4. Okay. Which model? Opus, Sonnet, GPT 5.4. Nightmare Joker says, I vote Quen. Margaret Roth, Fable. I don't think I have Fable. So I do specify my models. I can test. Let's see. Copilot settings. Open link in new tab. I'm like 90%, because Fable got canceled. But I'm gonna double check, and I'm gonna let y'all decide, like, let's see, semantic indexing, editor preview, models. Here we go. Models, evaluation models, and Copilot auto model selection. I'm pretty sure somewhere it has the list of models and you can enable or disable them. Venom Glitch says, Mythos! Nightmare Joker. Did that not get export restricted and now nobody gets access? Microroth. Yeah. Okay, here's memory. I'm gonna turn this off. I don't want memory to be a thing. Yeah, my strong opinion is that memory is a way of achieving vendor lock-in. Cloud agent. Allow Claude coding agent. When enabled, partner agents can be assigned to issues and mentioned in repositories where coding agents are allowed. Choose which repositories Copilot Cloud Agent should be enabled in. So apparently I can get Claude coding agent. Whose usage does that use? You can use third-party coding agents alongside Cloud or Copilot Cloud agents. You can use third-party where you can use them. The Agents tab, pull requests on GitHub Mobile, Visual Studio Code, supported coding agents. You can select AI model. You can select auto. Let's see. So it says I do have. Oh no, I did have Opus in there. Code QL, secret scanning, usage costs, coding agents consume GitHub Actions minutes and AI. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that just lets you use one of the other ones instead of this one. I don't know. Aren't those GitHub Copilot specific memories? Yes. Okay, so which model 2? My opinion is that if it can't run in or use Olama or VLLM, it achieves vendor lock-in and excessive billing. Yeah, I agree. Okay, so I got 2 votes for GPT 5.4, which is a little... Because I've been trying that one and I'm not a huge fan, but we'll try it. Assign to agent, auto, GPT 5.4, use the event data skill assign. Phantom Glitch says, why'd you put it on the poll if you don't like it? So that y'all could, like, pick it. Alright, let's see. Let's see. Marco Roth says, by the way, this is what Agent Browser produced. Japanese title, speaker, nurse, Japanese, details to be announced later. Speaker bio, all of these details. That's probably correct. This would have been so much more effective if we had picked literally any other event to test against. Because I'm looking through this and I'm like, I have no way to read this. I'm like, I have no idea what any of these fields mean. I'm like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, this looks great to me. That's probably correct. I don't know. But yeah. Can you use NPX Agent Browser on this to get all talks and provide title, speaker, GitHub, language, Japanese title, and description? Oh, there's Japanese title. There's Japanese title. How does it do the translation? Actually, serious question. How does it do the translation? But also, I haven't installed NPX Agent Browser. Add it to the dev container. Add it to the dev container, and I'll have Agent Browser installed. Ta-da! Let me try this. Agent Browser. Is my phone tracking this? I have an email message. I don't know what that is. Let me look at this. Does it? No, that already merged. Yeah. This already merged. I don't know where the thing went. Here it is. One session running. I want to go read the session. Let's go stalk the session. No, open the session. Oh, I hate you. Come on, show me the whole session. No, I'm gonna hover over this. Control click. Okay. Let's stalk it. Ah, it's not even got the dev environment set up. Micro says you don't need to install anything with NPX. NPX is installing it. It tokenizes the words and exports the matching tokens in the other language. Yeah, I guess it just tries a best effort. Let's see. Agent Browser is a 100% native Rust CLI tool developed by Vercel Labs, designed specifically to give AI agents efficient browser automation capabilities. It minimizes context window usage by returning complex text outputs with unique element references instead of large DOM trees or JSON structures. Uses semantic locators and accessibility tree snapshots to reduce token consumption by up to 93% compared to traditional tools like Playwright MCP. Does it take screenshots? Oh, you can do brew install. You can do brew install. What does Brave use to translate? I don't know. I'm just surprised that it did the thing. Let's see, Vercel Labs, Agent Browser. Agent Browser.dev. Okay. Uses DOM accessibility trees. Google. They have screenshots. it does take screenshots. I think the problem I was running into earlier, GH add comment with screenshot. Yeah. No. Yes, I'm a human. Go. Do the thing. Delta Valen says, hello, hello, and happy Sunday. Hello. You can take screenshots, but it does use the screenshots to see what's going on or to interact with it. So it was talking about how it's more effective than Playwright, and Playwright is what I currently use to do screenshots, which is why I wanted to know. Okay, so here it goes. It sets up the GitHub MCP. It sets up the Playwright MCP. It sets up the Ruby Events MCP. It activates the event data skill. All right, start Kansai RubyKaigi 09 talk updates. View this. Look at this. View docs. View 2 files. Okay. Search. Show TalkGenerator help. Run baseline lint. Ruby event speaker lookup. Oh, we did a speaker lookup for each of them. Good job. View each of these. Search 3 times. Okay, if I can teach it to be smarter about the speaker lookups. Nightmare Joker says, chill is human, get out of here. I think I am human. I don't know why we think I'm not. Search 3 times. Don't think. Don't think. Call to runtime tools vote memory. No, just call the thing. Do the thing. Oh, here we go. ID, title, speakers, kind, language, date. Where is the description? Where is the description? Oh, here, there's the title. Where are my descriptions? You should include the description. I taught you how to do the descriptions. Nightmare Joker says you were a gem working on Ruby events. I wouldn't mind being a crystal gem. G-sub, append, G-sub, G-sub, G-sub. Yeah, it's gonna call it G-sub each time. Search. I'm searching for people in the speakers. I need to teach it how to interact with speakers using the speakers file. Are they calling me? I'm not sure if that's a blah or a mom. The one and only human adjacent crystal. Yeah, if I could get it to add and remove using the speakers file, that would be better. That's next. That's next on the list. Because this whole I'm gonna go through the speaker. No, you're an AI. You're not good with speakers files. Okay. So I'll teach it how to do that. This was the thing. This was 3 years ago, so maybe it's been updated. I almost always want to include a screenshot in the browser. It's drag and drop to both upload the image and insert the markdown. I love a hands-on keyboard flow for this, so I can finish my PR without jumping over to the browser or leaving the terminal. What? There isn't a way as mentioned here. It won't be implemented, and there won't be a feature for CLI for a longer time, just like how S3 contributed that. Nightmare Joker says, it is an AI trained to use the most tokens because tokens equals money. Apparently. There isn't a way to upload images from the CLI, nor are there plans to add it. Why? This decision to not upload images from the CLI made sense in 2021, but now it does not. There's a clear demand for it now with AI agents using the GH CLI to make pull requests with images as part of evidence without having a third-party intermediary doing manually ourselves. Yeah. 4 years later, and I would like to request this again. Please open a support ticket. This feature would be awesome for my workflow. The AI usage purpose, I think it's better to have it. I built Gitshot to solve exactly this. Posted this image using Gitshot. Gitshot is a zero config agent ready CLI that uploads images to GitHub issues, PRs, and comments. No playwright, no browser automation, no scripts. I built GH image as a GH CLI extension to solve this. It replicates the browser's own upload flow. So images land at github.com/user attachments. Sparkwit says, lol, if it were up to me, all AI generated PRs would be rejected. Recently I've been focusing more on like the quality of it. Closed is not planned in 2020. Close this. This is the only manual thing we need to do for creating PRs. Workaround. Yeah. Let's see. Damage Jugger says, and none of them built anything at all. Those are AI slap tools. I mean, probably, yeah. But if they work... Shot taken. PR updated. No browser needed. Version 0.0.1. Why do I need this? 5+ years, no resolution. This only accepts text. Oh, look, it uses npx, so I don't have to install it. Install the Gitshot skill for command code, Claude Code, Cursor, Copilot, Codex, and 40 other agents. Attach a screenshot to the PR. Upload an image to the issue. Install as a GitHub CLI extension. Gitshot, image, PR blah, here's the fix. How it works, dedicated public repo and upload. Ew! Catbox.moe. If you have a GitHub CLI authenticated, Gitshot creates a dedicated public repo, u/Gitshot images, and uploads images as GitHub release assets. URLs are permanent, hosted on GitHub infrastructure, and render in any GitHub Markdown context. The repo is auto-created on first use. Oh. Sparkwood says, in all seriousness though, Microsoft probably does not want automated agents uploading binary data to PRs automatically. It will balloon their storage costs. Microsoft says, ouch. Yeah, this just, like, I know. Backends, GitHub releases, Catbox fallback, Cloudinary, and Image Baby. Let me see, what was the other one? I love how you get so far down it and then you're like, oh, that's the downside. Doesn't even use the issue image uploader with exists and has an API. The second one at least uses the GitHub assets. Okay, what was the other one? Did I miss it? Command T. Command Shift T. There it is. Okay. Let me hit back. All right, so this is the second one, GH image. All right, let's see. Drop images into GitHub issues, PRs, and README straight from the command line. Let me see how this is going. Validate updated event data. Okay, what you doing? You're running binlint. I like that. Good job. Now you're running yerba check. Good. This is all still binlint. Yeah, it passed. You're gonna seed the RubyConf site. Yeah. Inspect current diff. Okay. Now you're gonna add the descriptions. Now you're gonna add the oh no, this is observing the current diff. How did it add the descriptions, by the way? I'm not happy about that. I'm not happy about the fact that it's adding descriptions by itself. Because, like, I don't see the description in here. Okay, view data, search 10 times, view 4 files. Here it is. Excuse me? Did it delete Naruse? It did! No one told you to do that? Yeah, and then it went in and did the original title description. Microsoft probably reordered them. No, it didn't reorder them. It deleted it. Because look, this is the last one and it's Yuji's, but this is the last keynote. It decided on its own that it was going to do this. This is why I'm not a fan of Codex. You little. Okay, now it's saying navigate playwright to URL, find browser, process and check page, capture event page screenshot, module not found. Cannot find module playwright. Oh, both have keynote as the title? Oh, they do. And this is the problem with AI programming, it's in a nutshell. Yeah. No, wait, hang on. What is, let me look at this. Let me look at view 2 files. Oh, I'm so mad. Hey, I'm not done looking at you. Speaker lookup, show TalkGenerator help, run baseline lint. View data. Edit. Here it is. Okay. So here is the thing. This was already here. And the IDs do not match. My generator. Do not do that. Nightmare Joker says random nonsensical decisions to do things not asked which have a negative impact. A human would at least only do that to improve something and verify it has no downsides. Necron says this is why we should restrict direct edit access and only allow tools. Ugh. I can't believe that it... That makes me so angry. I want to look at something really quick. When it generates the talks, when it generated the talks, it left that one off because it decided on its own that it was going to update the keynote talk. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. Like, here it edited the files again. But put this one back. It put this one back and added a speaker? Wait. It changed the speaker. Oh God. Kill me. And added... Is that even... What are you... No. the Naruse IDs back. What were you thinking? Where's your little thinking? I'm so mad at you. Where are your thoughts? Do you have thoughts? Here's the PNG. Viewed image file at path. Oh, lint, view. Added the 9 requested. Let's go look at the pull request. Unstable Data says, this is why I don't trust generative AI in the development process. Fortunately, I'm in a position to restrict such nonsense. Message Joy is the proper Romanization, at least. Microsoft says, yeah, for some reason, it's always been really bad with YAML data, and it always has been. Let's look at the final file. It added a space to the to-do, that's good. This is not the right speaker. In the end, it just eliminated his talk. Oh, I'm so mad. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. This is infuriating. I'm closing it. Let's try again. I'm gonna uncheck Copilot. I'm gonna assign to agent. Use event data skill. Now instead of GPT, we're gonna use Claude Sonnet 4.6. Did I add any additional details? No. I'm so mad. Did that work? That worked. I'm gonna see if this works. One session running, one complete. Let's see how this session goes. Okay, it's still setting up the repo and everything. Oh yeah, this one. Let's see. Yeah, here's the GitHub image. GitHub has no public API for image uploads. Web UI uses an internal endpoint that produces user attachment URLs whose visibility is scoped to the repository they were uploaded to. GHImage replicates that flow as a GHCLI extension, so you can drop a screenshot into a bug report, README, or Slack thread without leaving the terminal. And images on private repositories stay private. Okay, GHImage screenshot.png. And that produces github.com, user attachments, assets, blah, blah, blah. It automatically detects your platform, usage, GHImage. Each successful upload prints a ready-to-paste markdown reference on its own line. If any upload blah, 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 GHImage bug.png happens consistently after the third click. Packaged as an agent skill, so AI coding agents can upload and embed images for you. Just ask in natural language, attach the screenshot. NPX skills add this. The Open Agents skills standard is supported by Claude Code, OpenAI, Cursor, GitHub Copilot, and many more. It authenticates with your existing GitHub session, no token supervision, no auth scopes. Reads user session from this. Caution, use a dedicated bot account for CI/CD on shared repos. GitHub hides secret values in the UI and mass log emissions, but a determined collaborator with right access can craft a workflow that exfiltrates that value through channels masking doesn't cover. Storing your personal user session means such a leak compromises your account. Sparkowitz says, time to reinstall Debian on my laptop node. McGraw says, what is the browser support for? I mean, I assume it's supposed to grab screenshots. screenshot.png. Oh, it said supported browsers. Supported browsers. Where does it say supported browsers? A supported browser with an active GitHub session or a GH session token for CI. It has to use a browser to make a screenshot? I'm not sure. I think that this takes a screenshot that exists and then uploads it. If GH image saves you a few drag and drops, a star helps others find it. GH API method put this. That's funny. Or I just click the star at the top of this page. Micro says, don't you just pass it an image file? Yeah, you do. It said something about stealing the session token if you don't have a GH session token. Part of me wonders if we could set up a GitHub action that just kind of like captures changed pages, screenshots them, and identifies the differences. But then we would have like a screenshot of every single page, which is not ideal. But if I could get screenshots for like, Mark Ross is like Percy. Exactly. Yeah, I think we're migrating from Percy to like a like custom rolled version at work because this costs money. 5,000 screenshots per month included. Unlimited team members, demo app, and unlimited projects. We support visual testing for both full web pages and component libraries, snapshot rendering, secure and reliable. I feel like the problem is getting a screenshot. Like maybe we have a feature test and we have a feature test that takes a screenshot and then we map those feature tests to the files. Micro says, I'm not sure we really need PRs or data PRs anyway. You say that. But I think we do. Okay, let me see how this one's going. Activate, event lookup, check TalkGenerator help. It's gonna view the files. Initial plan. Add talk. This one. Run binlint to validate. See? Look! This is so much better. Add talk. Does it have all the fields? What is it using? Ah! It used the description! Nightmare Joker says, well, now I'm sad that Lost Pixel has been abandoned. Cross you, Figma. Let me see it. I'm trying to click it and it's not opening. Oh, here it is. Of course I opened it like 4 times. Here we go. I love Sonnet. It just does what I tell it to do. It just does the thing I tell it to do. Alright, let's see. Lost Pixel is joining Figma. We are sunsetting the product and building what's next. Open source alternative to Percy, Chromatic, and Applet tools. Next.js plus Storybook. What a human sees. What the machine sees. I really love these. understand why they buy a product and then abandon it just to shut down competition. Sometimes yes, absolutely. And then sometimes it's like changes in leadership. Ooh, this makes me so happy. It got the kind keynote. Oh, and it didn't put anything extra in there. It just lets the generator do what the generator does. And it included the descriptions. Ah, beautiful, 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 beautiful. Flawless. Immaculate. Okay, so it noticed that the speaker, okay, how did it do this? Let's see. It noticed the speaker did not produce a valid slug, so it added one. Speaker did not produce a valid slug, so it added one. Checking remaining speakers, checking existing speakers. Okay, it's using grep for that. So, regardless of it, we need to teach it. Basically, I'd rather put it in the paid offering they have and not have it free anymore. Marco says, but Figma doesn't have anything like it, no? Nightmare Joker says, I don't know. PenPod is way better than Figma. I'm gonna look at this. Okay, we got a new alias added. Okay. Slug. Okay. Oh, interesting. So it edited these, but I don't think that's actually gonna work. Because I don't think BinLint is gonna like that. Let's see. This is what I would hope for, honestly. Logs. Logs. Read logs. There we go. View this. Oh, that looks good. That looks good. Call to runtime tools, vote memory, upvote. Use binlint as the canonical validation command for data changes. It runs yerba checks plus ruby.js ERB formatting checks. Reason, verified this is accurate. Binlint was used successfully in this session and ran yerba checks, ruby formatting, JS formatting, and ERB linting as expected. Committed and pushed, added this. All 9 talks. Here's a summary of what was done. Added 4 new speakers and updated 1 existing entry. Yeah. Yeah! Yeah! Let's go read it. Let's go read it and see what we think. Okay. That's looking right. That's looking correct. Okay. I like it so far. I mean, it's hard for me to tell. It's hard for me to tell. Okay. Well, CI is gonna run over the whole thing. Okay, so this is a new alias added. Okay. I'm just gonna throw this in here. I think that should probably be forget it. Yep. Comment. That looks right. Okay, having a name of Nori and then seaweed is cute. Micro says, I use Sketch. Did it keep the first keynote? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Didn't even have a problem with that. That was not a challenge. That was not a challenge for Sonnet. Sonnet was just like, oh, you want me to call these commands. I'll call the commands you asked me to call. I won't randomly decide to do something broken. And you know what else? I'm gonna make sure that you get all of them. Here it is. And it ran binlint like I told it to. I do think I probably want to teach it about using the speakers file instead of searching the speakers file. Okay, so this one, I'm strongly of the opinion that, did I provide a GitHub for, let me see. Let me go to my conversation, add all 9, screenshots, reference. Here's this one, click it, open it. Why? Yeah, that's there as the speaker GitHub. So we can probably do better than that. Yes, GitHub here. Suggestion. Comment. Yeah, everything else here looks good. The GitHub here is HS Joys. So I'm actually gonna prefer that over the appropriate transliteration. Ooh, it should be looking up speakers by alias and handle, etc. so it can find Yutaka Hara. Got it. Yeah. Comment. No, I completely agree. I think the way that it's currently handling these, finding and setting the speakers, I think that's rough, and I think that's the next. I think that's the next thing. Norian seaweed is amazing. But yeah, it looks like, and now here's the thing. I don't speak Japanese, so like I can't verify that the descriptions have been 100% accurately handled. They look right. Maybe. Yeah, they look right. Micro says you want to remove that entry completely. Probably. Also, original titles are missing. The original titles missing. I dislike you. I dislike you deeply. Oh, I am so mad at you. Okay, discard. Discard. Approve workflows to run. Nightmare Joker Jesus will have fun being tortured by AI. Micro says, yeah, you're just babysitting in the end. Here's the thing. I want the ability to see that there has been an update. Like, I'm scrolling through, I see a new CFP on social media. I take that, I dump it into an agent session, boom, it's in. And it's in correctly. I don't want to be like, oh, I have to open my computer. I have to have the repository set up. I have to have everything set up. I want to be able to say, like, I can create an issue and I can reliably get the correct YAML output from it. And my goal is to improve the event data skill so that I don't need to load a bunch of information into the actual, like, issue for it to generate that correctly. I want it to just do it. Thank you for following Learn CPP. And like, I don't want to do this for everything. That would suck. That would suck a lot. Okay. Feedback. if a name needs to be transliterated, prefer the GitHub handle. Sparkwood says AWS is a cloud service that outputs JSON, which will conform to a provided schema. I use it at work. It's pretty nice. IDK if there's a non-AWS equivalent. So we do have the schema stuff. Okay. I'm gonna so what I wanna do is I wanna see if the linter passes. Oh, yeah. So we do have tools in, I use Bedrock at work, actually. And we do have some tools that will like output it, but the challenge is like outputting the correct YAML from the correct inputs. It's not, so like, we have the schemas, and the schemas that I'm using are actually the schemas that we use to like get the values to put into it. Micro says, I think this is called structured output. Yeah. I'm pretty sure we have schemas for all of that. Okay, CI-lint passed on this. Here's what I want to kind of try. I'm going to make a couple of notes here. At Copilot. And we're going to give this to Sonnet again, because everybody else has been really just like... Yeah, Marco says Ruby LLM supports it too. That's the reason they had the schemas. Yes. 1. Prefer the slug instead. Oh, prefer the GitHub handle for the slug. GitHub handle for the slug instead of transliterating. Tab. No. 1, 2, 3. A. Make a note of this in the event data skill for managing speakers. 2. Learn CPP says, hey, I have a great app idea I want to make in React Native. Tell me about it. Okay, so 1, prefer the GitHub handle for the slug instead of transliterating. A, make a note of this in the event data skill for managing speakers. B, apply the comments. Make a note of this in event data skill for managing speakers. Apply the comments from the PR. 2. Learn CPP says it's such a good idea, I'm afraid to say it. The idea is not the hard part. The hard parts are A, building it, and B, building a community to use it. Get the original title from the issue and add the original title. Does it? The generator supports it, right? I'm gonna double check this really quick. TalkGenerator. Oh, hang on. Oh, it doesn't support it. Why? That's my problem. Okay, video schema. .rb. Original title. Okay. 2 original titles. loves checkboxes. Okay. Use... No, I need to write this part myself. I can't just rely on the AI to write it. I can't trust the AI to write this for me. I need to write that myself. That's fine. That's fine. I should probably document the speakers file. Then I could trust the AI a little bit more. Okay. I'm gonna make this bigger. Give me more space. There we go. Original titles. 1. Add the option to the talks to support the original title field. Micro says, also, I think it wouldn't reload the tools mid-session. It might be able to. Well, in the speakers file, it wouldn't matter, because it's just adding to the event title, and then it's going to know it because it just wrote it. It's going to have it in context. Add the option to the talk generator to support the original talk field. Apply this suggestion. I could try it. Use speakers file. Use static speaker files and a Rails runner to update the speakers. Add a note about using. Okay, that's why I need the generator. That's why I need the generator or good MCP tooling. Got it. This feels like an MCP tool situation. Because this doesn't feel like a situation where a human benefits. Because as a human, I know how to search the file and put things in it. And I think we already have a script for reordering. I should delete that. Okay, add the option to the talk generator to support the additional original title field. Get the IDs of the talks. Call the generator with the ID and the original title. Okay. Add a note about using static speakers file and a Rails runner to update the speakers. Add the option to the talk generator to support the original title field. Get the IDs of the talks. Call the generator with the ID and the original title. Get the IDs of the talks and the original title from the issue. Call the generator with the ID and the original title to update the talks. Verify with bin lint and by running the seeds. Sweet. Start new session. Microat says we just need to expose speakers files add as an MCP tool and update speaker lookup to use the new API from speakers file. I think you're right. And remind it to prefer those. Okay, it's got eyes on it. Can I track that anywhere? Maybe, maybe not. Oh, I refreshed the wrong thing. I refreshed y'all's chat. I didn't know I could do that. Test? Oh, good. Oh, no. Yes. Haha. Got you back. Sorry about that, chat. Okay. No video pages inaccurate. And Monkey Man says, refresh chat. Best chat. Thank you. You're welcome. I thought you'd appreciate that. Yeah. Okay, view session. Yeah, so let's see how it does and how it goes. My hope is that we start to get to a point where it can kind of like reference and improve and just produce something better. The codec situation was unfortunate. Yeah, I don't want to see those again. I mean, at some point we may even get to a point where I can just call haiku. Because if you think about it, all I want to do is I want to take these fields, pass them in. Like, that's a very small scope task. So if like, because the problem I'm running into is they're getting a little too smart, a little too clever. Like Codex was all like, oh, this first one is a keynote, so I'll go and manually edit it and blah, blah, blah. No, I have a script, follow the script. Sonnet doesn't have a problem following the script. Phantom Glitch says it must only refresh on your end because it doesn't change here. Yes, so that's, I use a tool called like social tools something, and so I have a combined chat from both YouTube and Twitch that does like the little, you know, the little blurby thing down there where your face shows up and it does the thing. It's called Ninja Chat. And so I'm using that, and I did a refresh and it just swiped away. But yeah, I think this should work. And I think if we teach it to do the speaker lookup with the MCP, I think that will help. I also think that what I'm seeing more and more is that having both the speaker and the GitHub is required in order to look them up, especially for our Japanese talks. And conveniently enough, they often include that. Papa Smurf of Death, thank you so much for the resubscription. 78 months. That's a long time. That's over 6 years. That's actually a fair amount over 6 years. So if I think about it, 6, 10, 60, plus another 12. Hello. Yeah. But yeah, my whole goal behind this is to make it super easy so you don't have to have the dev environment set up. So it does the geocoding for you. What I actually want to do, like my end goal for this, is to actually have like a GitHub issue template. So they have these like issue forms. Let me see. Like this is just like the template. But at some point I want to have like, yeah, here it is, issue forms. And so my goal is that you're kind of like, hey, I'm going to fill out this form for my thing. And you get everything. You get the correct slugs, you get the correct languages, you get the correct, like, everything you need. If you want to add a sponsor, you just fill out a form and you've got your sponsor up on Ruby events. I want it to feel really easy. And so that's what I'm kind of building towards. Popstar Dust says the issue template forms are nice. Yes, I've been wanting to build these for so long. But yeah, I want to try and make it like really nice, really easy to like get data in. And it's kind of it's an interesting challenge because like I tried this out at Rails Girls Sao Paulo, and what I found was that like the experience of a first-time contributor putting content in the experience of me putting content in versus like Copilot putting content in are like really different. Menkara says they're not great for variable content though, like if you have n number of talks. I can work through that. We'll figure that out. Like we'll keep going, we'll keep iterating and get there. But yeah. I mean, I could even have like a free text section that's like, hey, here's all of the values that I need. Type your free text in. Here's what it should look like. Here's a little text blurb that's like, here's your template. Paste. Papa's Room Death says, I went running in 27 degrees today and I'm still melting. Yeah, I've been doing a lot of like walking. So my current daily schedule involves 3 walks. So I wake up in the morning, 6 a.m., get the kids ready, go meet my sister at the park and go for a walk. Then I have my lunchtime walk where I walk to the park, sit on a bench, then do Ruby events. I now have a rain location for like if it's drizzling, and I have a sunny location. Then after dinner, after the kids are sent up to bath with Ken, I go for another walk with my sister out in the park. So yeah, I'm hitting the park like 3 times a day, and the temperature is getting rough, very warm. Ooh, original title in native language, e.g. Japanese, required false group fields. I like it. Very good. Ah, look, it fixed it. Oh no, that's what I told it to do. Okay. Yeah, I think that little note is gonna help. Okay, so let me see. Did it make a plan? I love reading the plans. I genuinely love reading the plans. Original title, progress update. Okay, fix initial talk and speaker data added. Fix speaker slugs, add original title option, update videos with original titles, update event data scale with speaker slug conventions. Marco says, I have 30 degrees Celsius in my room right now. It's after midnight. Don't you have insulation? I'm trying to remember. Don't you have insulation? Papa's Room Death says, nice. I walk my dog on a schedule and it's so good for me and them. Let me see what the current temperature is in Celsius. Okay. So one of the reasons I started using Brave is because Opera kept doxing me. Yeah, Celsius. 29 degrees Celsius with a feels like of 32 degrees Celsius. Woof. Yeah, that's why the heat is trapped. The insulation is to keep the warm air inside. Oh no! Oof. Okay, so there's original title. Yep, and that's just a set it and forget it. Look! Oh, it's so good. It's so good. It's so good. Look at that. That's exactly what I want. Is that present gonna work if it's nil? Is that present gonna work if it's nil? Okay, view this. Add original title to all remaining talks. Okay, slug convention. Prefer the speaker's GitHub handle as the slug, e.g. slug tenderlove for GitHub tenderlove. Only transliterate or generate a slug from the name when the speaker has no GitHub handle. Unexpected choice there. I don't know how or why or when it selected Aaron Patterson, but that is an unexpected choice. Nil.present equals false. Yay! Oh, perfect. Thank you. Thank you for checking. We have loads of insulation but no aircon. Yeah. Macross says he's the first one. No. Speakers.yaml. No. No, he is not. He's all the way down here. He's not even the first, GitHub. He's not even the first GitHub with the slug. That is a wild choice. Sometimes the way it picks things... Okay. To update a speaker programmatically, use static speakers file with a Rails runner. Bin Rails file equals static speakers file.new, speaker equals file.find by GitHub handle, speaker slug equals new slug, file.save. That looks pretty good. That looks pretty good to me. Look, it found it! It found it! It found it! It found it! Oh my gosh! It found it and it fixed it. It found it and it fixed it. Look, 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 look. Look at that! Look, 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 look. Look, 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 look. It fixed it. Saw it. Fixed it. Yay! And all I had to do was tell it to look at speakers file. Learn CVV says it did the thing. It did the thing. It's like a freaking what's the word? Oh, what's the word for the casino machines? A slot machine. It's like a slot machine. Sometimes you spin it and it does the thing and you're like, ah, oh, yes, finally. And then sometimes you spin it and nothing comes out. But it did the thing. Woo! Oh. Progress update. Binlint passes all checks. Oh, that's exciting. Oh, that's exciting. That's so exciting. That's so exciting. Did the thing. How do I verify the original titles are correct? Okay, view pull request. Says you can also just run real speakers file sync after the fact, and it would realize that it's matching by the GitHub handle. Ooh. That could work. That could work. That could definitely work. Okay. All items addressed in the latest commit. Prefer GitHub handle is slug. Original titles. Edit original title option. Class option, talk attribute, and template. Called the generator with ID and original title for all 8 talks. The keynotes had no original title listed in the issue, so they were left without one. Binlint passes all checks. Approved workflows to run. I'm gonna mark that as ready for review. Oh, no. Don't. Oh, thank God. I thought I closed the pull request. I mean, I could have just reopened it, but okay, let's leave a note. To do. Improve speakers. Run Rails speakers file sync. Don't we run that in binlint? Microrod says, yeah, in the end we need more determinism and less free will on what to do and what to call. If you call that free will, if it's an AI. Yeah, I want that. I find that the less, this is, oh my God, this sounds so bad. This sounds so bad. This sounds so bad. I find that the less intelligent models are better at following rules and directions. That sounds so bread and circuses. Ooh, that sounds so bread and circuses, but it's true. It's true. Run Rails, probably bin Rails. Bin Rails speaker file sync. Isn't this run by binlint? It's by binlint. New MCP tool for add remove speakers. No, not remove. For add speakers, find speakers. Boop, 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 boop. 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 one's the one that doesn't mutate. Got it. Okay, and then new usage example for non-English language. Okay. Then what else do I need? I have run bin real speakers file sync. Is this by bin lint? New MCP tool for add speakers, find speakers. Call speakers file. Oh, go away. I don't want you. Speakers file from TalkGenerator. Yeah, I could easily call speaker file and be like, find this. If you don't find it, add it. And then at the end, I want you to call speakers file sync. For example, the slugs, you should give it the name and the GitHub handle, and the tool generates the slug automatically, so it doesn't have to be smart about how to translate it. Yes, exactly. The more tools we give it and the less decision making, the better. Well, and I'm starting to think that the GitHub handle is like part of the speakers. Speakers accepts a colon GitHub handle. Name colon GitHub handle. So the thing is that speakers is an array, and what I can do is I can split it on this colon. I think it's pretty impressive though that like we're not running into issues with the talks anymore. We're running into issues with the speakers. And I feel like that means that we're progressing. Excellent. Now, as cool as this is, my dev container does not work. I'm gonna let this finish running, but I'm not actually gonna merge this today. Resolve conversation, apply to the latest commit. Oh, good job. I constantly have to tell Claude not to talk to my coworkers. I just think it's a little rude. Let's see. Yep, apply the suggested comments from the PR. Add a note about using this. Yep. Okay. I need to go verify the talks, actually. Why do I have 5 files changed? Oh yeah, this is one. Yeah. Oh, that's closing that. Oh, okay. That's good. Macro says, I think you should merge the PR from our newest contributor. Oh my god. Oh my god! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! It's the thing! Remove the description from the things I don't have time for talk. Helsinki Ruby Brigade 2026. Description created a duplicate event name and date. Yay! Yay! Okay. Oh. Now we won't have duplicate info. Raised hands. Boop. Submit review. Okay. If I had screenshots. Wait. Why are there 2 different accounts? I'm gonna assume there was something that happened there. But yeah, if I could get a screenshot, I would feel 100% good about this. I know that, like, logistically, Phantom Glitch says yeah, so I don't know. You don't know? Okay. I'm in immersion. Confirm squash. Yay! And now once that runs, we call scenes. But what I was gonna say is that I don't have a way to check this one. And I like to seed them and see them succeed before I actually merge them. Phantom Glitch says that's been happening for months and I have no idea why it's doing it. Micro says the commit author is not the same as the PR author. That does appear to be the case. Okay, I have another reason I'm not gonna merge this immediately. I wanna give other people a chance to take a look at this and potentially, like, correct me. Yeah. I mean, it looks right to me, but obviously I don't know for sure. On a mission, Copilot Cloud. Oh, this doesn't support the thing that oh. Okay. Squarebox Ruby. Squarebox Ruby scheduled. Naraku Long Dash. Naraku Long Dash. Box. Ends in a little period, starts with something that looks like a U, starts with a little U, ends in a period. Let's see. Ooh. So I just got a message that Automod held a message. And this time it didn't give me permission to, like, pass it through. Okay, and then, T upside down Y. T upside down Y. Ruby, and then a tilde at the end. Ruby, and then a tilde at the end. Regmat says, I let it through. Ah, thanks! I appreciate that. I wonder if it flagged. Hey, okay. GC ends in a question mark. GC ends in a question mark. VM ends in a house with a window. VM ends in a house with a window. Last one is Keynote. Yes. Excellent. And this one doesn't have it, so it doesn't include it. Yay! Okay, that looks right. Okay, so Phantom Glitch says, okay, that makes sense. That should go away soon anyway because my main Git account has become one link to my university account, so I will be migrating it now that I've finished uni. That makes sense. All right, so let's look at this. That looks good. That looks good. I'm a little nervous about this one. Okay, whenever I see new people added, I'm always kind of like, are we missing a connection? But nothing has been found yet. Okay, I like it. And then this is where all the file changes come from. Yep. Original title in native language. Looks good. Required false. Perfect. Yeah, that one looks good. Okay. So yeah, I'm just gonna kind of leave this one up for like 24 hours or so. Mark Ross says, for what it's worth, I think we don't have any kanji speakers in the speakers.yaml yet. We tested that with the transliteration, I believe. I think they were all aliases. But I do remember when we were doing the transliteration, I tested that. Also, it doesn't matter because the slugs are the GitHub handle. I want to take a glance around, though. Yeah, no. It would come after this if there was one. This is the closest. But that's gonna be fine. I'm gonna scroll all the way to the bottom. We do have some of these. Let's see. But yeah, like I said, I'm not comfortable merging this until I've actually... Oh, we defaulted to whatever ASCII name they had or their GitHub account. I meant for the actual name. Yeah. You know, I thought we did. I know we tested it. Because we were looking at, transliteration? Yeah. This one. And this one. Let's see. So this was kind of the start of the conversation. Yeah, so here it was Wada was setting the slug. And then hey, it's been a few weeks with no comment from us, so I wanted to let you know what's going on behind the scenes. We want to support titles in Japanese, but we're having trouble with the URL. We tried this, but it's not transliterating the title in a way that's comprehensible. We're still trying to figure out a solution to merge this, but this is the challenge we're facing. This was Babosa and Mojanizer. I wonder if we need to transliterate inside the talk when we're first setting the slug. This is the talk and then the generated slug after a DB reset. And then this is me doing the research and trying to like dig through and figure out what's happening and pulling all of the... basically climbing up the tree in order to find it. No, I didn't put anything. Why? Why didn't I put anything about the slugs? Wait, hang on. Let me look at this. Yes, I figured out that was... not this one. Benchmarking with this and TypeSense. I initially thought this was taking much longer than usual, like 5+ minutes, but benchmarking shows that was just TypeSense. Okay. Mark is pending comment, yay. Pending comment? What pending comment? Did I not? Wait. No, on the other PR. No, that's not pending. Oh, these are pending. Yeah. Well, this one isn't even true anymore. Yeah, no, that's fine. We'll delete that. I think I thought that this one was gonna update the rest of them. Well, honestly, we haven't addressed this in a very long time, so I'm kind of glad that these are still pending. Also, I don't necessarily want to be like, here's these comments that I totally had April 4th. Well, and the Japanese one's already out of date. Yeah, I'm just gonna go delete the pending comments. Yeah, we'll just delete that. Okay. Yes. Pull requests. That passed. I'm really happy with that. This successfully ran. Not you. Not you. You. Yes. Seed production. Seed the means of production. Yeah. Alright, so we should see that other one updated. I know I did not merge the other one. I'm gonna give people like 24 hours to check it out. I am also going to start winding down the stream. I'm gonna start by identifying someone to raid for each channel. Then I'm gonna say my goodbyes. Ooh. Who am I following? Ooh. Oh, Walloper's online. I love Walloper. Walloper's great. Alright, I'm gonna start the raid. And now I'm gonna run the credits. It's been so lovely to see you all. Thank you for following Maxwell5239. We're gonna end the stream. I'm gonna roll the credits. Roll the credits. And the credits are gonna roll right here. And Monkey Man says, saying your goodbyes already? Oh, well, thank you for the stream and the company. Thank you. Hearts to you too. I have to roll credits before I can run away from you all. It looks like it's not working, so here's what I'm gonna do. I am going to open this. Open this. Here we go. I want to thank my moderators who've dropped by, Lifts with a Straight Bar, and Rug Matt. Thank you so much for coming by. Oh, credits are working. Oh, credits are slow. Credits are super slow. Thank you for following. Phantom Glitch says thank you for the stream. See you next week. See you next week. They're just super slow. It's fine. Okay, let me go back to... I was actually pulling everything up so I could read these. All right. Thank you to Maxwell5239, Learn CPP, Warmalern 95, Just Ben UK, Sparkowitz. You got me pointed the thing. Greg Coates, Zarita Zanga, Spirit128, to my longest running subscriber, Papa Smurf of Death, and to my moderators, Ragmat, This is the Straight Bar. Thank you so much for coming by. It's been so nice to see you. Phantom Glitch says thank you for the stream. See you next week. See you next week. Next week, I will probably be online at 1600 UTC. However, discussions are underway about whether or not I will go back to my original stream time of 1800. If I do, there will be an update in the Discord, so expect that soon and keep an eye out for that. All right, bye!